Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. And welcome to the Startup Elevate 2025, an exclusive deep tech startup conference hosted by OIST Innovation and Lifetime Ventures. My name is Izumi Tanaka, and I will be your MC for today and tomorrow. Generally, the sessions will be provided in English. Please note that we have AI translated subtitles on YouTube that is provided by RBC. RBC is kindly translating this session. Please access to the YouTube QR code and refer to the translation on your smartphone if needed. Also, we kindly ask you to separate your waste. When disposing of PET bottles, please make sure to remove the plastic label before placing them in the bin. 本日の講堂でのセッションは RBC 様により YouTube 配信をいただいております。通訳字幕が必要な方は画面に映っております QR コードにアクセスしていただき、お手元のスマートフォンで確認をいただければと思います。なお、多少のラグがございますので、合わせて追って RBC 様が共有されるアーカイブ映像もご参照ください。また皆様にお願いいたします。ゴミを捨てる際は分別をお願いいたします。ペットボトルを捨てる際は周りのフィルムも剥がしてくださいますようにお願いいたします。To begin Day1, our healthcare day, we will start with the opening remarks from Lifetime Ventures and OIST Innovation to set the stage for the day, sharing the vision behind Startup Elevate and how innovation is nurtured here at OIST. Please welcome Ryosuke Kimura from Lifetime Ventures.
Welcome to OIST, my dearest guest. And so let me share about briefly about what is the Startup Elevate. Yes, okay. Yes, I'm Ryosuke Kimura, founder and general partner at Lifetime Ventures and trade organizer DAY1 Healthcare at this Startup Elevate. And again, welcome to our dearest guests, about 488 people from 80 countries and regions, including 91 entrepreneurs and 124 VCs and 80 LPs. And what is the Startup Elevate? Yes, Startup Elevate is an exclusive deep tech conference crafted for emerging startups, VCs, LPs, and ecosystem players, powering health and sustainability innovations. And why? Why we do? As a background, as you might know, Japan is still fourth in the world as a GDP size, and third in the world the size of the R&D expenditure. So this very strong market pull and technology push will be the ones that are infrastructure for our Startup Elevate. And then, as an academic background, Japan is the second in the world as a natural science Nobel Prize scientist in 21st century. Then, as for startup perspectives, this is a rate table IPO ranking on the Japan IPO, startup IPO in last years. And 6 out of 10 is a deep tech oriented startup, including space tech and biotech. And why and where is OIST? Is as you might see now, international talent hub in Okinawa and Japan, and the prior belonging affiliation of the OIST researcher is named university all over the world, including Harvard, Oxford, Melbourne, and of course University of Tokyo. And how and what is the program structure? So we have 3 parts for this Startup Elevate. Part 1 is a conference part, much contents, other actually, the three contents is assembly, timing, the priority, progressing. And second part is our main contents, pitch competition, pitch Elevate. And third one is networking. And first, the conference part, we have a panel session by international and Japan leading entrepreneur, investor, and LPs. And a poster session by emerging startups, mainly from Okinawa and Japan, but some are coming from internationally. And then also OIST, upcoming technology, is also displayed as a poster. And then we have a cross session for LP VC matching. Pre-registration requires session for LP to VC funding promotion. And then the main part for this startup area is a pitch Elevate, co-crafted style, investor, entrepreneur, co-working style, pitch competition. And third part is networking reception on the dinner session, and including some in-daytime or campus tour, or et cetera, et cetera. And we are to announce the sincere thanks to our dear sponsor, like platinum and gold, silver and bronze. So many multinationals and national companies supporting our startup Elevate. This is the final slide for us. Our startup Elevate has a golden rule. If I or coming, you say from right-hand benches, say through this slide, if I and we say startup, you say black Elevate. Okay? This is a golden rule. Golden rule. Okay, let us make a one-time training. Okay, prepare for. Okay.
Startup Elevate!
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Next, please welcome Gil, Executive Vice President for Innovation and Outreach by CEO OIST.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to see all of you, friends, colleagues, entrepreneurs, innovators, and also, obviously, venture capitalists. What I want to do now is really, first of all, welcome all of you. Then I want to do a very short brief about our strategy for developing technologies here in OIST. And then, following some insights I observed 2 weeks ago in Osaka, I want to share with you the opportunity about women's health tech. Probably some of you know that very well, but I hope this will be providing you with some insights. So, just a brief introduction about myself. I come from Israel and spent 20 years in the intersection between science, innovation, and commercialization. Many of these years I spent at the Weizmann Institute, and also serving as the CEO of Weizmann, which is the technology transfer company of the Weizmann Institute. It's called YEDA. And YEDA is one of the most successful tech transfer companies in the world, with multiple blockbusters, actually most of them in health, and many drugs like Avonex, Copaxone, Rebif, and many others, actually 7, and I don't remember all of them all the time. But that really proved as a huge impact to the university, but also to society. So many of the conditions that each one of us face as we age or during our lifetime are treated by these drugs. And this has a social benefit for all of us. And this is what is driving me for many years in playing in this interaction. I served also as the co-chair of Israeli Tech Transfer Organization, and I'm playing a role in 8400, which is a non-for-profit organization supporting the health tech industry in Israel. 4 years ago, I joined OIST to try and boost the innovation here. And last year, or this year actually, I joined the Kezedukai as a member, and I'm delighted to be part of this group and to contribute to the policy making of innovation in Japan. So many of you may realize that great hubs of innovation don't start just by coincidence, and they actually have some common themes or common features. And also some of them, it takes a lot of time. This is also very important for you to realize. And if you look at the biggest hubs or the most successful hubs like Boston or Tel Aviv, Israel, or Switzerland, one of the key features is kind of a very, very strong research base. EPFL, ETH Zurich, Switzerland, Boston, all covered with huge universities, beautiful places, MIT, Harvard, and many others, and Israel Weizmann Institute, and many other good universities. So this is key feature, and I'm going to tell you how OIST is being kind of developed to be, or aiming to be, that kind of magnet. But there are lots of other things that need to be there in place. Some of them relate to you, capital, but others are funding, gap funding. I'll talk about that. And obviously, collaboration with government and corporates, startup culture, and globalization. And OIST has quite a lot of these features here, and I'm going to show you some of them. I don't have time to go all over, and you'll hear more about OIST innovation activities later today. So what is unique about OIST? And for those of you who don't know OIST, OIST is a very young university, started about 15 years ago as a university with aim to be one of the best universities in the world. No undergraduate, very flat structure, no departments, very international, and the key feature is high trust funding. So we provide our researchers with the best facilities, the best funding for 5 years, and then we judge them, and then we see what they are producing. This huge trust and funding really provides our researchers the ability to take the risk and to go beyond the known and to seek cutting-edge technologies. And this is a very important model, very unique model. And actually, we're also out of the system because we're not part of the MEXT. We're supported by the Cabinet Office directly. So OIST is a kind of, I would say, startup university and as a catalyst for the university system in Japan. Now, if you take these components and you think about it, it could really be a great flywheel effect. And Jim Collins, in his book, really describes the effect of a flywheel where each component that you have in their organization or the core activities of their organization brings more additional value or additional momentum into creating a real impact. And OIST model is very clear. We select the best from all over the world. Move here. So actually, most of our faculty and most of our students come from abroad. And if you look at the second part, we give them, as I said, high trust funding. This creates a multidisciplinary kind of atmosphere and culture, and it's also fostering innovation. And OIST innovation is the key. I'll get it right. Thank you for bearing. Well, I'll have to be kind of stationary for the time being. No need for more. So OIST innovation is really the key driver for that. And with OIST innovation activities, we boost and push the technologies, and I'm going to show you how, into the market. That creates another momentum of social solutions, earning, philanthropy support, more money, more resources to support the university going forward. So this is what we hope to be pushing us forward. And from the innovation side, there are multiple things we have to do, and I'm going to focus on just effective TTO and POC funding, but a lot of the things you hear today are going to be in the other side also. So just for the effective tech transfer. So tech transfer is something that many universities do. Many universities do try to do it well, but it's very, very difficult actually. It's a very complex business. And it's a business, and someone needs to understand, you have to understand that and appreciate. It's also a pipeline. And if you have leakage in the pipeline or blockage in the pipeline, you don't get innovation streaming through the very beginning till the very end. So you have to nurture every part of the innovation cycle within the university, from the first interactions with the students, with the faculty, till you go into the very early, later stages, gap funding, etc., or connection with the industry, and how you play the connection with the industry, how you communicate with the industry, etc., etc. So professional tech transfer is a key thing for universities to generate the right innovation. And one of the key elements that I want to talk to today is the POC gap funding. And gap funding is being very much recognized all over the world as a very important tool for universities to push technologies out. You may know that universities create great science, but the gap between great science and something that someone can commercialize or a startup can be created is huge. And we have to appreciate it in the academia that there is a gap. So OIST is very fortunate to have a gap funding where we select very good projects and make them better. We de-risk them in a way that will make them more attractive and also protect the IP better. But the most important thing is the training. We actually provide the people with mentorship and training, and we inspire them to think beyond the immediate publication. And that is transformative in a way. And once we get someone to do that, we can see more and more activities. One of the things that we do, we have a Tech Pioneer Fellowship. And actually, you've seen one of our graduates last year. And two of them this year, I'm very happy to say, opened their companies. And the first one is Peng, and he's been doing developing peptides for to prevent addiction to opioids. And he's been working with us for 2 years. This year, he successfully raised money from SciSci Ventures. And I'm happy to say that he's kind of out there going and succeeding, and it's great. And Victoras with Corey that is developing femtosecond laser and again secured seed funding from Lifetime Venture and UTech. So that's a great sign that this is working, and that needs to be really enhanced. And we have more in the pipeline. Sorry for the very small print, but just to show you, there's more. It's cancer, it's Alzheimer, it's biotech, and every project gets a specific care that needs, and everything is really tuned to let that project be successful, either as a commercial product or a project for companies to take a license or a startup. So with that, enough of self-promotion for OIST and what we're doing. I'm just going to go now for Femtech. I was struck by the numbers, and I wasn't aware of that, so I wanted to share these numbers with you. And I think that's, when I see such numbers, for me it's very clear. There's a blue ocean, and second thing, there's an opportunity. So if you look around, well, this is not a big, I mean, half of the population is female. There are females, and 4 billion of them. Actually, 80% of the decision-making on health is made by females. So it's a huge potential. Now, then you look at the investment in women's health. And when I say women's health, I don't mean fertility necessarily. Actually, you have to realize there are so many diseases that are untreated or not well treated, or actually wrongly modeled based on wrong data for females. So you see the number of investment, and this is a call for you guys, for the investors. Great opportunity and unmet need. And then I stumbled upon these data points, and I'm not going to cover, but I was shocked to learn that before 1990, almost 100% of clinical trials were done on male or females with no fertility that are not able to produce, which is totally wrong. If you think about it, I mean, this is totally wrong scientifically and also commercially. But then I looked at the data about animal trials, and you see that also it's biased there. Again, I think it's just probably commercial, probably some financial reasons. I don't know the reasons, but this is quite stunning. So there's lack of data and lack of investment. Again, a great opportunity. And if you combine it with the latest development in multiomics, in big data, in AI, in ex vivo platforms, organs, personalized medicine, etc. And there's a huge opportunity here for creating value and for investing in humans, female health. So just to sum up, we're closing the gap on the data. I think 10 years ago, the NIH already made it clear that you have to balance the trials and also animal trials. There's a huge growing market recognition of this is not a niche, this is a market by itself. And we're expanding the definition of women's health and treating, not just treating, but also preventing. And huge, I think there's a growing interest from pharmaceutical, and I hear more and more about that. So that's an opportunity for all of us to consider. I hope to hear some exciting technologies in this event, but maybe next event will be a good opportunity. With that, I want to end, but before I end, I want to thank first of you, all of you, for coming. I think that's a great thing to have you here in Okinawa, and it's a great show that we managed and succeed to build attraction here, and we're on the way to create a great hub here in Okinawa for innovation. The second thing, I want to thank our partners, OISTLtv Venture, for organizing this event and for their continued partnership with us and their support. And last but not least, I want to thank, before I thank my team, I want to thank the sponsors for this event. I think we're growing, and this is great, and having partners is a tremendous support for us. And last but not least, I want to thank my team for supporting this event and for supporting our activities, and I'm very proud of all of you. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
So our next session, Startup Elevate 2024 Recap, Founders and Investors in Collaboration, will explore how connections made at last year's event have developed into long-term partnerships. You will hear the story of a founder and investor who first met here at Startup Elevate last year, went through an intensive one-month mentoring program, and built a lasting collaboration. This session offers practical insights into how founder-investor encounters can unlock new possibilities and drive deep tech innovation forward. So let's welcome Kobayashi-san from UTech, Victor-san from Kiole, and Kimura-san from Lifetime Ventures to the stage.
Hello again, Ryosuke Kimura from Lifetime Ventures, the moderator for this session. And okay, yes, me. Okay, it's that's it. And oh, okay. So let me share about the let me share about the brief background of how this contents. So we Lifetime Ventures and Startup Elevate has as I mentioned earlier, at part 2, pitch competition named as a Pitch Elevate. So Pitch Elevate is a somewhat special or unique style pitch competition because that is not done by so thoroughly entrepreneur. I mean, The pair style pitch, pair means entrepreneur and investor make the pair and the other virtual portfolio company like relationship and co-brushing up the pitch with 1 month before the today. Then these two, Victor and Kobayashi-san, is last 2 years DAY1 Healthcare's champion. I mean the pitch competition champion and champion pair. And as Gil mentioned earlier, the Victor is the founder of Kyoei Medical and the lead investor is Yutek Kobayashi-san. So that, I mean the last year's startup Elevate, pitch Elevate, have contributed to this pre-seed funding successfully. So let us share about what did it happen last year or through this 1 year. For example, I mean the following up discussion after the event. Last year's startup Elevate. This is a key topic and background for this session. And the moderator is me. And okay, so Victor, do you have pitch? Okay, so please share screen. Okay. Okay.
So, since Kimura-san forgot to do it, startup, elevate! Yeah. Right, so hi, nice to meet you. I'm Victor Slisaos. As you heard the previous presentations and introduction, thank you for introduction. I'm a former graduate of OIST and also alumni of OIST Pioneer Fellowship. And this technology is, which we're trying to commercialize is based on developments in Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. So my presentation title is The Power of a Single Pulse. And it's both referring to the ultra-short lasers that we use and also the effect that we had from Startup Elevate 2024. So the product that we're developing is a intravascular catheter to treat calcification in the leg. And this condition contributes to almost a third of preventable deaths around the world. And the challenge is currently a very highly calcified segments, especially in the leg. And we estimate there's around $500 million lost to inadequate treatment in the United States alone, which is a difficult market which has no alternatives today. So we want to capitalize on this. The technology itself utilizes a femtosecond laser pulse. So as you can see, there's a lot of zeros there. We're talking about 10 to the power of 12 watts per centimeter square energy densities, which ironically lead to a very gentle removal process. And here's the comparison of different laser technologies and how they affect the material removal. As you can see, the femtosecond laser leads to the most cleanest removal of the material. The core IP we have is rotating line focus that is used to remove material inside the body in a very gentle manner. And just an illustration, this is, okay, this is a video. Could you play? The video. Sorry. This is an illustration of the catheter tip operating in an aqueous environment, creating a focus which is directing towards the calcified material. And I like to show this because this shows how gentle the technique is, despite the very high energies involved. Okay. Well, never mind. We'll skip this one. I'll show later. Please come to our poster, and we'll be happy to show that. So now, the pitch Elevate 2024 was a very unique opportunity for me. I came with very low expectation because I thought I was vastly underprepared for this kind of event. And the result was that somehow, as a fluke, we managed to win 2 awards. From there on, we had a very exponential trajectory. So we found a home in Kawasaki Incubator Center in Tokyo. We secured a funding from UTEC and Lifetime Ventures, thank you. And we just about finished assembling our core team for development. So now we are on the way to bring this product to the market in the form of the compact laser source and the disposable catheter. And this is coming to a hospital near you in 2030, so stay tuned. This is our team, and yeah, thank you for your attention, and let's discuss.
Thank you, Victor, for your nice speech and a warm message to the Russian startup Elevate. And okay, this one. Okay, no, okay. Okay. But then, okay, so thanks so much for your patience. So, Kobayashi-san, could you make a short, brief introduction of yourself and UTEC as a firm?
Sure.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Hiroaki Kobayashi from UTEC. Yeah, I go with Kobe, so yeah, please just call me Kobe. And so I joined UTEC 6 years ago, and then prior to UTEC, I was a physician by training in ER and ICU, and spent 6 years there, and then worked in the medical device industry, and I joined UTEC 6 years ago. And yeah, I look at the startups in healthcare space as well as other deep tech space in general. And yeah, very nice meeting you. And then also, I really thank Kimura-san, Lifetime Ventures, and always to have this opportunity to speak in front of you. In general, I'm not a big fan of speaking in public, but because Kimura-san asked me to join, I decided not to decline any request from Kimura-san.
No. So now it's broadcasting worldwide via YouTube.
Yeah, it's a very stressful. Yeah. So, and I need to briefly introduce UTEC, right? Without any pitch. But if you go online about UTEC website, what I'm going to talk is always online. So I would like to mention 3 very important things about the key points about UTEC. So UTEC is basically a Tokyo-based general early stage VC. And we recently started a new fund. It's UTEC 6, and that is roughly 50 billion Japanese yen, and in US dollar, it's around 300 million. So it's, we successfully launched a new fund. But the 3 points that I want to mention is the first, so UTEC stands for University of Tokyo Edge Capital. And of course, you can imagine we have a very strong relationship with the University of Tokyo. And we are still asked by many entrepreneurs asking, one of the advisors is from University of Tokyo. Can you consider? Of course, majority of our portfolio companies are not the University of Tokyo spin-off. We can, I think probably 20% will be from the University of Tokyo spin-off. But by chance, we're not, we're investing any good companies with good technology. And second is, wait. The second is, UTEC does invest into IT. And when people hear about the UTEC, people imagine that we are investing into biotech or something that is related to very, very deep lab-based technology. But in fact, many of our portfolio companies are IT. And the reason is, although in media we are mentioned that we are one of the deep tech funds, but we usually define ourselves as a science and technology VC. And science and technology, the definition of a science technology is much broader than deep tech. And so we invest into IT because that is information technology. So we are very open to talk to any entrepreneurs in the space. And third is, we just launched a new fund, as I mentioned, and there are some press releases. We are trying to connect with a lot of entrepreneurs and scientists. And as a part of the campaigns, we're now writing a book, and we are publishing a book probably by the end of this year. So if you're interested in what we are thinking, what we're doing, please go to Amazon and type UTech probably after November, not yet.
With $1,000 or anything, a very expensive one, not now.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what we do. And yeah, so very nice meeting you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Kobayashi-san. So, okay, go ahead for the panel session and questions. So this is the last year's picture. So you two are the former winner of DAY1 Healthcare pitch Elevate as the OISTLtv Startup Elevate 2024. And actually, there is one of the amazing backstory. So again, so, I mean, this pitch Elevate is a very unique co-crafted style, co-created style pitch competition. And before 1 month of the Startup Elevate, entrepreneur investor had made a pair with their own matching basis. But of course, we today announced today's ranking of each entrepreneur. But we, operation team, has the ranking before 1 month as an online matching case. Sorry, big trust. You were the 7th of 7, the lowest rank as 1 month before the Startup Elevate. But amazingly, you two are the champion of the DAY1 Healthcare. So I believe that we believe that could be the very good synergy with you and Kobayashi-san through the about 2 or 3 weeks through the brushing up your story of business and growth story pitch book itself. So that is, I would like to ask you too for the details of the journey. Okay, so at first, okay, this is to you, big first. Yeah, looking back to before Startup Elevate, what challenge to you? I mean, one of the international entrepreneur in Japan, or one of the still rare pre-entrepreneur in OIST campus. I think that was a somewhat not so isolated, but somewhat very with many of challenges before Startup Elevate or your pre-founding period. Please play back and please share about your entrepreneurial journey before Startup Elevate was here.
So I think these microphones have a little bit of sleep time. So yes, as I mentioned, I was a Technology Pioneer Fellow, and this is a program which is, in its spirit, is aimed to prepare you for the startup world. But now, over the last year, even like after the pitch Elevate, I mean, I learned, what I learned, at least one concrete lesson, is that I'm completely unprepared to handle all the difficult things. But now, at the time when we just had the first pitch session with the mentors, my pitch, looking back, was very technical. So I focused too much on the beauty and the science and the problem, but not so much about the commercial context. And I think that was the main reason why it flopped with the panelists. Kobayashi-san was, I guess, the only of the mentors in the online call who really directly said that this is not good. And I was surprised at the time, like, oh, this is like refreshing, huh? Direct and no nonsense approach. And Yeah, I think it was humbling, but it also reconstructed the whole view that I had, kind of put me in a cold water, so to speak. And I guess that's part of the reason why the next speech was much better than that.
Yes, thank you. So I'll go ahead to the next question. For you two, so what were your first impression to others? I mean, Big Trust to Kobayashi-san or Kobayashi-san to Big Trust as the online matching session or the last year's startup private. So, if okay, or Kobayashi-san?
Sure. The first speech was very difficult to understand. And please raise your hand if you can understand the term FS. If you just see the term FS, probably 95% of the people don't understand what is FS. But in his speech, the main keyword was FS. And that is the term called femtosecond. And he was trying to explain why femtosecond is great. But in the first slide, if I look at the FS, people will probably stall. And I was the one who stalled. And of course, because I was from medical device space, I know roughly what the unmet needs are, but I didn't quite understand what he was talking about technology he's trying to explain. and then, so right after I had a conversation with Victor's, I made a phone call with my laser expert and asking him to explain to me in detail about what is the technology that he's working on. And then I understood, and of course I checked a lot of different papers, and finally I understood what the femtosecond laser is, and then I started to understand what he's trying to say. So initial impression was, I think it was too difficult, and I think 6 mentor VCs probably had the same impression.
I think you're right.
Thank you, Kobayashi-san, brother. But under our pitch Elevate pre-matching session structure, I mean, let me share about the structure. I mean, how to make a pair is prior to investors. I mean, the pair writing sense. So the investors rank to entrepreneurs are prioritized. So you choose Big Trust would be the one of the highest rank through the one of the first in the 7. So what was the reason you you could not understand the detail of the whole of his speech? But what brought you to choose the Google form?
Yeah. So it's purely based on the unmet medical needs that he was trying to solve. And in 2020, I think it's February 24, right? The Shockwave was acquired.
2024.
Yeah, I think 2024 was a big year in the industry where a very well-known the medical device startup called Shockwave Medical was acquired by Johnson & Johnson at 14 billion. And that is big news. And the unmet needs that the Shockwave was trying to solve is exactly the same. And I saw his pitch, and although I didn't understand about technology, but I could understand the unmet medical needs. So that's the reason that I picked.
Okay, thank you. So how about Big Trust? What was your first impression?
So I actually like Kobayashi's direct approach. No funny business, no trying to make me feel good, but drilling down, and it was very refreshing for me. Funny story. I misunderstood the ranking system for the mentors, and actually I ranked you the lowest.
I remember it.
So thank you for the Pitch Elevate team to really looking at the ranking and then reversing the.
We were so concerned about the pitch that much.
Yeah, it was very. So yeah, I like the direct approach, and he was asking the right questions. I'm like he was really drilling down into the problem. I was like, how is he so knowledgeable? I didn't know you're a medical doctor. Yeah, so.
That was a past revelation. Okay. Okay, go ahead for the next question. Is okay, so reflecting a 1 month feedback or mentoring period, how did it reshape? So what was the change between the 1 month before the online matching to the last year's startup Elevate? So anything okay, but how do you think about the largest change on your pitch, Big Plus? How do you think about through this 1 month period?
So 1 month period. So by the way, this is a very unique point of the pitch Elevate. This 1 month period to work with expert to understand what is actually expected of this kind of event, and more importantly, allows you to build up a connection, more personal connection, and you pitch as a team afterwards. It's also really great. So and Kobayashi-san is really good at pitch advice. So I was really surprised when you said, okay, we should start from problem definition, but very clearly, and the market size, so that you make the people listen instead of leading with the technology and why it's exciting and leaving everyone confused. And especially this story with the Shockwave acquisition was at the time very strong and very exciting for many people. So we opened with that. And also a big thing I should thank you is for helping us to develop a better timeline. Because looking back, our timeline was not very optimistic, not very realistic. And it did not, most importantly, it did not incorporate the most important point is how much will it cost. And yeah, it truly made the story much more self-contained and holistic. Yeah.
Super. Do you have any comment from your side? Through the 1 month experience?
During the 1 month, I think we didn't talk much about the business itself or investment or anything. We focused on winning the pitch. Because we're pitching, we need to win. And so I told him that the majority or all the panelists will not understand the deep science. So in order to win, we need to pitch something that the panelists or judge will understand. I think that's something we focus for the very short period of the time.
Super. Okay, so let us go ahead for the, oh, sorry. What? Sorry, some of the technical errors. So my next question is oral based. Sorry, okay, and then you too won the prize of the last year's startup Elevate, but your story is continuing after pitch startup Elevate. So what was the first touch point or follow-up meeting after the startup Elevate? Do you have any other eventual one or very natural one? Or do you remember the first touch point or communication to consider about investment or fundraise, etc.?
Yeah, we had. Yeah, so he put it on the spot. So basically, just actually morning before the pitch, I wanted to show him the pitch, go through it. He's like, it's okay. Let's call with a guy I know. He's like, can you explain to him the technology that you're working on? And then introduced to Kenji, who is one of our advisors now, and a guy who's a very huge expert in early 2000s in the femtosecond laser technology. And yeah, I didn't expect that. But the meeting went very well, and I think it was very encouraging. So maybe it's also part of the reason why I felt good at the pitch, kind of validated. Yeah. So I think after the pitch, we had a meeting 2 weeks later, right?
Yeah.
To drill more, and then there's like a long meeting with lots of detail.
Yeah.
Oh, you ask a lot of detail. But all the right questions, really, all the right questions, and I couldn't be happier with the partnership for this development. It's really above and beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Kobayashi-san, if you remember, when did you decide to invest in Kyoret, Big Plus, at the first time? So, do you remember the real time, actual timing, prior to the investment decision by a firm, but not as by a firm, but as your own personal venture capitalist decision making? The timing is, where is the timing, and what was the penetration items to your? So you just concentrated to make a good pitch deck, but how?
I think it was probably late 24. I don't know, because it's not like a company with revenue or product, and the team only had some very early stage prototype and pending filing IP, and the company wasn't there yet, and you think making a decision is not a straightforward process, and so I don't exactly remember when I had a conviction, but I think the conviction I had was that it's a good market. It is a good market, and also the science is strong. The Victor's here, and today Keshav is not here, I think. But his PI, Keshav, is one of the most productive professor at OIST, and he has been here for, I don't know, 20 years or 12 years, and he's very well known in the industry. So I had a conviction that the science is great and the market is great. I think the question was whether we can build a great team, and especially in the space of intravascular device. Of course, the biggest market is in the US. Probably 50% or more of the market is in the States. And it is very difficult to find the experts in anything who can develop this science into product. And so I think it took some time, and we had a lot of discussion. We reached out to a lot of different experts on LinkedIn, through network, and we had a lot of discussion with an experts. And then I slowly understood the challenges and what needs to be overcome. And I think it took a while.
But it was a strong multiplier effect. It's not like, yeah, I really like this collaboration. We were like basically exploring the space. It felt like a team. Yeah.
So thank you so much to answer. So I played back the period after the startup airbase. So I as a OIST partner venture capital guys, hear heard about the Kyoret's progress through the GIL or OIST innovation team, or directly via Kobayashi-san. But I so amazed at the how much effort UTech have done for the just investment candidate. So before their own investment, wow, how many works and how many number of the LinkedIn message from Kobayashi-san to candidate, Kyoret's candidate, future candidate for the team formation team, or so such a digital virtualizer, of course, amazing. But in a business trip to west coast of the United States, Kobayashi-san, so he's rushing and tackling to the either industry veteran or serial entrepreneur or in US qualified talent on your very tight business schedule. So what was the what was the motivation of yours to that was a special one for Cure or big for us or very ordinary usual activity for you or tech?
Yeah. So it's a bit of a promotion of UTech, but I think UTech has a very unique culture that we commit to the portfolio companies a lot. And it's not just one capitalist work on, come to the board meeting every month or every quarter and then speak something in the board, but we always have two capitalists working on a single portfolio company, and we start working with the candidate month or sometimes years before the company even starts to be formed. And we have separate HR team who can help portfolio companies finding the good talents. And the reason that we can do this is we are not investing into many companies. I think we posted the press release when the fund was established. From the 50 billion Japanese yen fund, our target company will be probably 25 or less than 30. And so we're not investing like 50 or 60 companies from the single fund. So that's why we can spend quite a lot of time with the portfolio company and also the companies that might be our portfolio companies. And it's not just Cure. For instance, we made an investment into 2 biotech companies recently, and I think we have been working with the scientists probably close to 2 years before the initial investment. We brought in the first CEO and then the C-suites. We helped the company set up a company in Japan and then the US. So for each companies, we try to spend quite a lot of time. And the reason that we can do this is we are focusing on that we don't invest into too many companies.
Thank you. So actually, we are the same same on board. So we co-invested, right? And venture co-invested with UTech to Cure Medical, and we three has a weekly 3-party regular meeting, weekly basis regular meeting through the world. But the current or the former topic of our regular meeting is how to launch the bank account in Japan, or how to launch.
That took a lot of time, too much.
how to rent the incubation space in Kawasaki, because the clinic, Kawasaki space, our community manager is a very nice guy, nice person, but not so good word to hear about the English. So so on that very such more whole of the tremendous scope of work for companies requiring UTech Kobayashi-san have done support, including very tiny but important administrative issues like a bank account or legal, etc., etc. So I'm so amazed. I call sometimes myself as a hands-on style VC in Japan, with 10 years experience, etc., etc. But I'm so amazed the hands-on support, various support from UTech-san to the Cure Medical.
So I think Cure Medical is very lucky with our investors. We were. I want to say that the money is the least of the benefit that we're getting. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we have last 4 or 5 minutes for this session. So the next question is the last question from me to you two, or the message to the audience. So how and what do you think about the relation between entrepreneur and investor, especially for very, very earliest phase of deep tech startup like Kyore or Russia's Kyore with deep tech VC like UTech. So I think the partnership is very nice from my perspective. But what do you have any other recommendation item to the entrepreneur message to choose or to make a partnership with investor, or from investor's perspective, how to make a good relationship and deepen relationship and not only relationships with the entrepreneur. So of course, big trust. Do you have any other idea to share about the tips or your experience to other entrepreneur on this?
I would say like the current situation for me, I feel like is like a fluke, like a very happy coincidence. I don't know if I have a recipe to forge this kind of coincidences in a reliable way. But for entrepreneurs, I think the most important point is to keep the mind open and to take criticism as much as possible, and because we will fail. Entrepreneurs, especially early start, deep tech, will make a lot of mistakes. And the most important, I think, is to surround yourself with people who can direct you in the right direction. And so that's, if you feel like somebody around you can do that effectively, you should work with them, and you should rely on them as much as possible. Because even though we feel like startup people are very strong and can do everything, but we cannot. We have to rely also on our people help.
Yes, thank you. Kobayashi-san, do you have any other comment or message or comment, both okay, from investors' perspective to other investors for your experience through startup Elevate or Kyora's case?
Yeah. So I feel the patience is very important in collaborating with, having collaboration between entrepreneurs and investors, especially in this science and technology space, because unlike the IT services where investors can judge based on the few interviews and a prototype, the science, it takes time to understand the science, and there are so many things that we need to look into, like IP licensing. It took a while to have a license agreement, by the way, and there are so many different aspects that investors need to understand. So it would take time, and it's not that you pitch and get a response in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's a continuous process. So I think in order to foster a relationship between the investors and the entrepreneurs, I think patience is quite important.
Thank you. So patience is very important. I also feel about this 3.5 years through my own OIST and Ventures experiences. So in many cases, truly heard from entrepreneurs' voice to us, investor or venture capitalists. In many cases, entrepreneur on the front of their own face, oh, you are nice, you're nice to investor. But in many cases, on their actual mind, oh, bad guy, or just money guy, etc. But I believe these two guys as a very greatest partnership, truly partnership with equal partnership, not prioritize investor or not prioritize to entrepreneurs ourselves. So I believe this a kind of equal partnership between entrepreneur and investor is truly important especially for deep tech space. So please let you know, and please ask them to your own comment or clarification point after the end of the session. Okay, thanks so much again for your very insightful pitch and your realistic voice from entrepreneur, from OIST, and other deep tech folks investor. So thanks so much, Victoria and Kobayashi-san.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists. So from now, we will now take a 1-hour break. Please take this time to enjoy lunch and networking, and we will resume the program at 12:45. Please note that you can enjoy 4 types of activities during the break. Activity 1 is lunch, which will be served next to venue V. Activity 2 is checking the posters and enjoying conversation with the entrepreneurs. Activity 3 is an OIST campus tour. Please gather on the lawn in the courtyard between the auditorium and the meeting room, where our staff will be holding a sign. We will have several groups led by OIST members. And the last activity is an incubation facility tour. Please gather at the entrance of the auditorium. The ride takes about 20 minutes. You can see the latest innovation facilities of OIST. Please plan 60 minutes for the tour. So see you back here at 12:45. Welcome back, everyone. Our next program is Road to US. Entering the US market is one of the biggest challenges for healthcare startups. In our next session, Road to US, we will hear from APAC-based accelerators, venture capital firms, and US payers about how startups can prepare for global expansion. The discussion will highlight key steps such as building clinical evidence, leveraging networks for partnerships, securing the right fundraising strategy, and meeting the reimbursement requirements of the US healthcare system. This is a must-listen session for any startup looking beyond Asia toward the global stage. Thank you to our speakers for sharing such valuable insights on collaboration. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Greg Shibata from Blue Shield of California, Arthur Chen from B Health Taiwan, Paul Hui Chia from Vickers Venture Partners, Buzz Palmer from MedTech Actuator Australia, and Masashi Kiyomine from Kicker Ventures. Please.
Great. I think this is going to be a really exciting session. I'm Masashi Kiyomine, founder and managing partner at Kicker Ventures, which is a seed early stage focused VC based in the US, investing in future of healthcare. And this session is all about how to break into the US and for APAC companies and how VCs and CVC accelerators can help. But based on talking to you guys, we might have slightly different perspective as well, whether we should go into the US or not. But I think it's going to be exciting. And we'll keep it dynamic and interactive, hopefully. And we'll do Q&A session at the end. So if you think of any questions, you can ask them. You know, this is a perfect. We have a perfect panelist to talk about this topic. We have a VC, accelerator, payer. He's going to talk about payer only stuff, and the venture, yeah. So you'll get different perspective. And you know, I'm actually a US-based VC. So you know, I actually don't really invest in Japanese companies or APAC companies, but my personal passion is to help Japanese companies become global companies. You know, I grew up, you know, watching like Hideo Nomo become the, you know, Major League Baseball, Japanese first Major League Baseball player, and then like, you know, Nakata become like superstar in, you know, Europe, and then Tabuse become the first, you know, Japan-born, you know, NBA player, and you know, I think, you know, Japanese startups can do it too, right? So I wanna see if that's possible, and love to hear from the panelists like how they're helping that those companies that want to become that. So a little bit about my kind of like non-VC side. I've mentored a lot of Japanese startups who are interested in breaking into the U.S. market, and that kind of personal passion turned into accelerator that I started with two partner companies in Philadelphia. That evolved into a partnership that we have with Jetro and Mayo Clinic, where we're helping Japanese AI startup companies enter the US market. And with those kind of personal passion project turned into the legit program where we've helped 30 plus companies take that initial first step into trying to make it into the US market. So I'm excited to learn about what they should do after that initial first step. So let's start with kind of the introduction of have the panelists kind of introduce themselves first, and then we get into the questions. So Greg, Yoshito, Shibata-san.
So I'm Greg Shibata. I'm with Blue Shield of California. We are mic's not working, but that's okay. So I'm with Blue Shield of California. And I am in our corporate development team, and I manage I gotta take my voice down. I manage our venture investment program. And so I sit with one foot clearly in the health plan side, operations, clinical programs, sales, et cetera. And the other foot is in the venture ecosystem in the US. And my role is how do I bring insights and innovation into the health plan to transform healthcare. We do direct investments, fund to funds, and then just maintain an active network with other Blues plans, other healthcare venture firms. I would say my journey in trying to support Japanese innovation started a little over 2.5 years ago, trying to see if there is innovation in Japan or in Asian countries that are relevant and could make an impact, particularly in the payer channel. What I found is there's a whole community, there's a whole host of people helping Japanese innovators with navigating the FDA or clinical research trials. But eventually you're going to need to think about, well, how is that being reimbursed? How is that being paid for? You may sell into a doctor's office or a specialist or a clinic or a hospital, but ultimately they're going to need to get reimbursed from Medicaid, Medicare, or guys like me at a commercial health plan. And so I'm probably going to be beating that drum quite a bit during the session, which is you got to think about the ultimate payer at the end and start thinking about cost, because at least particularly in the US, that's a major focus, and that's what health plans and employers look at. And so hope you find my perspective interesting and helpful.
It's great to have Greg on the panel because in the US, payer is maybe the most important stakeholder in the healthcare, which a lot of Asian countries don't have to deal with in the way the US companies do. So his perspective is awesome. Arthur?
Okay. Thanks for having me. I'm Arthur Chen, the managing partner of B Health. We are Taiwan's first hospital-supported venture capital funds and the largest, digital health and medical device accelerator in Taiwan. The core competencies we have is we are backed by several of Taiwan's leading hospital systems, including Taipei Medical Universities, where we leverage Taiwan's single-payer, well-structured data to pioneer in medical AI. The other partner we have is Shouchuan Health Groups, which owns and operates the largest training center in mini-body invasive surgery. So every year we train approximately 2,000 to 3,000 physicians worldwide. So with these two systems, resources, we incubate the startups, and until now we have accelerated over 170 startups and invest in more than 30. Continue to supporting them to partner with our hospital, validate ideas, interact with the physician, conduct the clinical trial, and expand to the rest of Asia. So that's a bit of my background.
Thank you. I think it's a really, really cool model to have hospital as a partner, as a VC and accelerator to actually being able to help the startups. So I'm glad we have Arthur too. And Buzz?
Yeah, great. Lovely to meet you. I should apologize first. the name Buzz, people expect to hear this beautiful North American accent when they hear the name Buzz. Instead, I've got this Scottish drawl. So I'm born in Scotland, and the truth behind my name is that my father is an alcoholic Scotsman who smokes marijuana. And my parents are hippies. I was born in the 80s, and my parents are hippies.
You know it's on YouTube.
Well, they're welcome to watch it. And on the third day of my birth, my parents climbed the Grampians, had some marijuana, had some whiskey, and called their third son Buzz, after my father's beekeeping hobby. So, true story. So my name is Buzz. I started life off in medicine as a surgeon, and exited a company a few years later, and I've done that 3 times now. In 2018, we set up the MedTech Actuator as a not-for-profit organization in Australia, essentially to serve Australian innovators and clinicians and researchers. And we set up a sidecar fund as well. So the MedTech Actuator is a not-for-profit accelerator model with offices in Singapore, Australia, Japan, and the UK, and soon to be India. We have a sidecar fund as well, a venture capital fund as well called Synthesis Capital, which is completely independent but related by the same founders. So we've, over the last sort of 8 years since we've been around, we've made 140 investments across Asia. We only work in the Asia and Pacific context. We think innovation from this part of the world is incredible. We've done quite well over that time as well. So we're excited to work with Japanese startups. There's a couple in the audience that we work with. Brilliant world-class tech. And I think just finding their feet in the global context is really why we're here.
Thank you. I was talking to Buzz earlier today and just learning about what MedTech Actuator does, and it's incredible how many companies and that they're helping and like how broad they're helping. So we're also great to have Buzz and Pohe.
Hi, my name is Pohui, and I don't have as an exciting beginning story as Buzz. I was born and raised in Singapore, and I work with Vickers Venture Partners. We're a Singapore-based global deep tech fund. We have been around since 2005, already on our 6th fund, which is a $250 million fund. We're actually sector agnostic and invest across sustainability, AI, new materials, and healthcare and biotech. And my role is I'm a director at Vickers, and I manage the healthcare and biotech portfolio. In healthcare and biotech, actually, we've invested across quite a wide range of modalities, including therapeutics, devices, vaccines, and AI for drug discovery. And I'll say that in terms of our expertise, not only do we, bring in the capital, but we also, we like to lead rounds. So we've sat on a lot of boards, and we bring a lot of different perspectives because we've invested in companies based in the US and the UK, in Europe, and as well as in Asia. So we are able to essentially blend, the various perspectives that we see and try and help each company in the various areas that they would like to work in.
It's great to have her because she's essentially the only pure VC here, and obviously VC's perspective is really important. And also Vickers, because they're active in outside of APAC too, they have the kind of the US perspective, which is helpful for this panel. So thank you. So let's get to questions. So the first question is, I think a lot of these startups are wondering, they're not obviously based in Japan or Asia right now, but they have aspiration to go to the US or become a global company. But what are some of the first big barriers that they face when they make that first decision to go? Do you want to start, Buzz?
Yeah, very happy to start. So look, I propose a perspective on this. So we work with about 200 startups a year across Asia. That's a lot of startups that we work with, all the way from early stage to Series B and onwards. I think there's a difficulty in assuming that the US is your primary first market, which is what I hear all the time. So you hear startups assume they're going to go to the US, and you ask them why, and they say it's a big market. You bet, huge market, biggest healthcare market in the world, no doubt about it. But is it strategic to go to the US as your first beachhead market? That's always the question I ask. And I think, the stats show that less than 7% of startups make it in the US if it's their first market pre-revenue. And so my perspective is to take on a market like the US, you should be post-revenue. You should have found a country that is slightly lower hanging fruit to finalize your R&D, to finalize your manufacturing, your distribution, still do regulatory, of course, FDA, TGA, PSDA, whatever it might be, in your clinical trials, but to go straight to the US first as a first market and raise US capital as your kind of later stage models, and then kind of bespoke yourself into the US, I think is a very, very difficult thing to do. I tend to find that startups that launch in a slightly smaller market, maybe the UK, maybe France, maybe Australia, whatever it might be, just to kind of get through those early burdens of technical difficulty and growth, because the growth of a team is a massive thing. And when you're investing in the team predominantly, to scale up a team causes all sorts of different leadership problems in all sorts of different areas that founders must overcome. So my perspective is, yes, the US should be a market, but not the first. It should be third, fourth market maybe, when you're post-revenue, when you're a stronger company, you're going into the US with good manufacturing, with good distribution, with good growth potential, with capital behind you, with revenue sustainability, and then you're launching as a product rather than a pre-seed company. I think the two are very, very, very different. And it gives you a strength as well to launch through the distribution network and sort of raise later stage private equity money than early stage VC money. So that's my perspective. It's certainly a pattern that I see. But this idea of US beachhead market for me feels a bit naive, actually, without a real justification of looking at other markets first, noting that there's still another 206 markets around the world that you could utilize as well. So I think there needs to be more of a strategic understanding as to why the US market. It should be done, but not first.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting perspective because the competition in the U.S. is very stiff for startups. There are a lot of startups. The fundraising environment is it's tough always. The VC is tough, so it's an interesting perspective. Arthur, do you have something to say?
Sure. From my point of view, the U.S. Remain the largest and the most attractive markets, definitely, with values over 200 billion annually. But it's highly competitive, as you just mentioned. So only a fraction of the startups can actually succeed, right, in penetrating into the U.S. market. In my opinion, I feel there are 4 barriers to overcome. Not just one, it's 4. Starting from medical unmet needs to the regulatory pathway to reimbursement and to establishing the guidelines. So let me walk you through one. The first is the medical unmet need. The most common mistake we have is assume that the unmet need we identify here can automatically exist in the US. It's not real, right? So startups must invest early on, interviewing with the US stakeholders, including the physicians, clinicians, hospitals, payers, to understand if our ideas can be scaled in US. So otherwise, even a strong technology will fail in US. But after validation, I think the next, big challenge to navigate is deal with the FDA to get the approval. Some startups, our products can, qualify for 510K, but most innovation will fall under their de novo or PMA, which FDA demands local, US-based data. So conducting a clinical trial, it's not just funding, it also requires partnership with those experienced principal investigators, clinical sites, and so on. So that's very challenging. Then moving forward, even though we get the regulatory clearance is not enough because we need the payer, right? The CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, right, to cover our products. Otherwise, the adoption would be very limited. So that's another challenge for us to conduct a health economic trial to show your economic value. So not just the clinical evidence. So that's the third barrier, I feel. Finally, the ultimately ambitious objective is to get our product incorporated in the guidelines, standard of care. But that also requires lots of their key opinion leader to back us, to publish their peer-reviewed journals to influence their clinical guidance, clinical guidelines. So it takes years. So with all of these challenges, that makes this journey so difficult. Yeah, so that's my opinion. Thank you.
Sounds very difficult.
super challenge with mountains to mountains.
Pohe, do you have any?
Yeah, so I think I work with a lot of companies that has to go through the regulatory pathways in the US. And I think for very early startups, I think when you start thinking about your clinical development, even at the point, even if you're not going to go through a regulatory pathway, it's really understanding the US FDA requirements as well. We've noticed that, I think I'm going to incorporate a bit of what Buzz said, which is that a lot of the clinical trials, even if the US is maybe your ultimate market that you want to go to, a lot of things can be done in Asia to arbitrage, because in the US it's actually really expensive to do a lot of these things. And so especially on the clinical side and the regulatory side, I think having them being done in Asia, I think is a benefit actually, as a first pass, let's say your phase ones. But one thing that you would definitely have to think about when you do that is to align with the US FDA requirements, because it can be very different. And then eventually when you want to move to the US, you want to know that your data very early on can be accepted, can be recognized, because if not, it's going to be a long delay. And that results in more costs, more time, and a delay to your market eventually. So that's one thing. The other thing is what I think Greg talked about, which is that it's not so easy to enter the market in the US because the reimbursement system and the healthcare system is actually very, very fragmented in the US. And you need to know who you can turn to speak to the right people in order to understand whether your product will fit that market. So I think very early on for many of our startups that we work with, we try to actually link them up with people on the regulatory side or the market side, right, who are based in the US that can give some guidance along the way. And once they have that base, I think it's a lot better as they enter the US. And I think this is very important for startups who want to enter the US to really consider very, very early on.
Great perspective. I think US market is just difficult, right, in general. Might be the most competitive one and most kind of complicated one. So sounds like startups need to think a lot and do a lot of research and be strategic about how to enter the US market. But what about timing, though? I know, Buzz, you have very strong feelings about the timing. It has to be post-revenue. But I don't know. Greg, what do you think? You've seen many startups now, and I actually get approached by a lot of startups, Japanese startups, who say they need to come to the US market because whatever disease that they're targeting, there's just not enough population in Japan or in Asia, so they have to go to US. But so from Greg, your perspective, when is there a right timing for startups to come to the US market?
Well, I think Buzz's perspective on stage and revenue is very interesting. Actually, I tend to agree. You don't want to try to build something from scratch in the US because it's so competitive, as everybody else is saying. I guess I would answer the question a little bit differently and think about, are you really ready? Do you have a product, and is it measurable? And conversations that I have with a lot of startups that are interested in the US, I tend to turn them to the National Quality Forum. It's an organization, it's a collaborative that has built metrics for cost, quality, experience, and it's standardized. It'll define the metric, define the numerator, the denominator. And so, even if you're measuring quality, improvements out of your solution, if it's not defined, in a standardized way, you're going to get a lot of skepticism and a lot of questions, and people are going to start poking a lot of holes in how you've defined your improvement in quality or your improvement in efficiency or whatever the case may be. So one of the things I turn to, and I think it kind of turns to one of your questions about gathering data and doing this research in Asia, gather that data and understand that there's likely different metric sets on the different markets you're interested in. And if you're interested in the US market, I would look at the National Quality Forum and see how your solution, your product can impact and be measured in that way. You're going to need to be able to do that to justify it to whatever your channel is. But I can tell you, at least on the payer channel side, if it's not a nationally endorsed measure from NQF, we're going to send you back and have you rerun and look at things. And so you don't want to be ping-ponging back and forth. If you're going to make a shot at a payer, you want to have all your stuff lined up early on.
Prophet, as a VC, you mentioned that the company needs to be more strategic and think about it. As a VC, when do you want, or when do you feel like the startups are ready to tackle U.S. market? When are you ready to encourage them to go to the U.S. market?
I think it comes from two perspectives. I think number one depends on the regulatory side as well, because for some companies, especially if it's a drug, right? I think getting FDA approval is kind of the gold standard still for many, even for many of the markets in Asia as well. If you get FDA approval, it could mean very quick approvals in the rest of Asia or even Europe, right? So there are things to think about, like maybe do a phase 1 early on, and if you think that you could move to a good phase 2 in the US, we would sometimes encourage that, or if not, we move in the pivotal stage. But one of the things that I would caution is that something that people don't think about besides just whether it's tech readiness, but I think also capital readiness, because in order to push into the US market, a lot of these discussions they take a long time, or the sales cycle could be very, very long. And so from the moment you get there, it doesn't mean you will have success, but you need time, and that time means sufficient capital to move into that market. So I think for startups, it's also considering how much capital they have. Would they need to raise new funds before they go in? I think is a very important factor to consider.
Yeah, that's also a really important perspective, because obviously for startups fundraising, you can't separate that from making progress in business. But where to fundraise from, right? Are you going to fundraise from your home country, or are you going to try to raise from US, which also is very difficult. So, we're saying the US market is very challenging and difficult. Have we seen any success cases? Buzz, you've seen a lot of startups that help them.
We've got a few. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't go to the US first. I'm saying that you should be really smart about it and make sure you truly know why you're going to the US first. So we see about less than 20%, maybe 17% of our startups will go to the US first. So there is a percentage that makes sense. Rare diseases, population, FDA, fast-track motions, pediatrics, all that stuff. There's all sorts of reasons why. But we have startups that have exited. We've got a startup right now that's getting ready to list on the NASDAQ in IVF. And it makes sense to do it in the US, partly because of the new policies that have happened in IVF in the US, partly because the IVF is ramping up in many states out there as well. And so it makes sense to do it there, and the population survives. It allows it to kind of be a successful company and then launch into Canada and down into Europe from that direction. So there is successes, and we've had multiple companies that have exited as well through acquisitions into large Minneapolis and Boston-based corporates as well. So once again, there's still this idea, and much of it depends, I think, on what the founder is intending to do, and it gets murky sometimes, if you allow me to explain, because there's this fight between impact and capitalism. And quite often, you, as a founder, as a clinical founder or a research founder, you're driven by impact. You're driven by helping patients live happier, healthier, longer. That is the goal. The moment you start raising capital, then that goal becomes murky. It changes somewhat. So all of a sudden, your strategy comes from, well, how do we help 1 million people survive each year, to how do we make sure we get $1 million into the bank this year? So it becomes slightly different. And I think that's part of the reason why we start targeting the bigger markets, because we're looking for that revenue generation to make sure that we're exiting correctly, that we're linking up with the right corporates so that our investors get what they need. And this is part of the story about raising capital at the right time in the right country. Because if your exit goal is to be acquired by a large corporate, then of course you have to be strategic. You have to figure out where they are and have markets that they're interested in. But if your mandate is something different, let's say it's to produce new dialysis machines for 75% of the people in India that don't get access to dialysis, you're more impact focused, you're never going to get the massive returns that an investor wants, but you are going to save more lives than you would in the US. And so I think you really have to know what the founder wants to do, what their ambition, what their values and what their vision is, and then build a strategy around that. Because if the goal is just to exit and become a squillionaire and buy a house in the Maldives and drive Ferraris, well, that's one thing.
Sounds pretty good.
You bet, you bet. But if your goal is to save millions of lives, and it's not just about revenue, you can do both, but you have to be smart about it, I think. And so I think there's a question that most founders have to ask. And venture capital is one way to go, private equity is another way to go, but there's lots of other capital pathways that startups can take as well. So I think founders really need to take a good look at themselves and work out what is it that they want to achieve, what is their goal, what is their value, and then build a strategy around that, rather than just taking the vanilla route of VC, private equity, and then hopefully exit. I think there's so many different options.
Yeah, that's great. Arthur, have you seen any success cases? You help a lot of startups.
It's very difficult questions. Most of our startups still decide to expand locally in Asia, but we do have a fraction of the startups decides penetrate into US. I have two investment portfolios to share. One is relatively in early stage. The other one is in late stage. The first one is a Japanese startups called Not. They are specialized in AI imaging. Probably some audience here ever know that companies. So their products, Eureka, they help their physicians to detect very tiny nerves and the tissues during their surgical operations to reduce the risk of the complications. So they have secured their PMDA locally and accumulate lots of their data evidence. Now we are supporting them to expand overseas through our system, our hospital EarCat, the minimally invasive training center. Because US, they just launched their EarCat US in Charlotte, with backed by very large system, the second largest hospital chain called Elevate Health, with 70 hospitals in their systems. So what we try is to support them connect with their physician to validate their unmet needs in US. And they have successfully also engaged with Mayo Clinic and discuss their collaborations afterwards. The other portfolios I can share is Capital Vision. Yeah, they developed a capital endoscopy systems with 4 cameras embedded on the surface is 4 cameras, so that can capture 360 degrees of the image in the intestine. So with that, they have gained their revenue, step by step. Now the annual revenue, I think, is succeeds over 10 million USD so far. Yeah, and it was just listed on the NASDAQ in July. So with these two cases, what I observed is first they have very international team, DNA from the early on, recruits the talents in US and so on, and they engage the clinical collaborations from day one to make sure that they not only fit their many, but also the whole ecosystem, including the payers. So I think that's those stories I can share.
Those are great examples. I think that having that international team, I think, might be one of the requirements for APAC startups to be able to compete in the US, because it's just different, right? And you need to know people, and you need to understand the market. That's a really insightful comment. And so that's what maybe startups need to do. So as a VCs and accelerators, how can we help, or how are we helping these startups become global players? Who do you wanna, or are you helping them?
I'm happy to make a start on it. Like I think quite often I tend to find that it's the team that is the most critical element of scalability. You tend to find the technology in the early stages is quite well understood, great patent family, R&D is going well, and so forth. And it's not always the best technology that is successful. We know that, right? How many technologies are in the market right now that we know better technologies exist, but they've just been really shit at commercializing. And so, I think, at some point, I think if you can pick the right team, and to your point, this idea that having a localized team is absolutely critical. Take our point when we launched in Japan. If we never had a Japanese team, there's absolutely no way on this earth we'd be as successful as we are. It just would not happen. The intricacies, the culture, the way that people think, and you quite often get offended because the way that the language sort of translates, and you realize that's just the way it's sort of spoken. So I think the team is absolutely critical. I think having the right, and actually entering in the right ecosystem is really, really important. And I make a point of this because I think, we're familiar with the Goldilocks zone, this idea that the Earth is perfectly placed from the sun because it's just the right temperature. And it's like that when you're launching in a new country as well, somewhere like the US or the UK or even China, that you have to have the right ecosystem. You have to have the right balance of not too big, not too small, of the right connections, of the right values, of the right sort of collaborative mindset. Some cities you go to, it's just too big. It's too big to get around. It's too competitive. It's very hard to find your way. In other cities are perfect size, and the ecosystem is really well connected. It allows you to get things done faster, more efficiently, and sometimes cheaper. And so I think you have to be smart about where you launch, who you're launching with, and then the product that you want on the market as well. Because this idea that a business model that works in Japan will not work in the US, will not work in the UK. So you've got to be smart and creative as well about how you position yourself in that marketplace and take a few risks as well. But I also think that launching in a new country, vanilla is the way forward when it comes to pricing. Vanilla, business model vanilla is kind of the way, certainly from my experience with payers. They don't want things that are too complicated or too new. So, think about payer, think about market, think about place, and think about team.
I completely agree with the ecosystem because a lot of Japanese startups, their first instinct is to go to the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, or go to Boston, but it's super competitive. And so we actually recommend, or the reason why we started the accelerator in Philadelphia is because Philly is a perfect ecosystem for overseas startups to come because it's not as competitive, but the stakeholders are all there, and I think that's something that I think startups don't really understand. Maybe because they don't do enough research, or they just don't understand. Arthur, do you want to?
Yeah, echoing the point. I think, of course, the team is the most crucial part to succeed. And as an investor, I think my responsibility is to support the team, to support you, the portfolio companies, to reach the best outcomes of next round. So what does that mean? It means that I invest in Series A, right? So my objective, my responsibility is to help you reach the best outcomes of Series B. And the Series B investors invest in the rounds, and they will bring you to the best outcomes of the Series C, and so on till M&A and IPO. So each stages, involve different resources and different strategies around to building their best, expansion. So that's why Accelerator exists. Right, we have different resources specialized in different fields. As BE, as I just mentioned, that's why we partner with hospitals to overcome the challenge for the clinical needs. That's one issue to overcome. But different accelerator, different VC has different, core competency. So that's why we team up, we co-invest, so that we can create the best outcomes for all the startups.
Yeah, I mean, the fundraising is, I think it's one of the topic that I actually don't have answers about because I haven't seen too many Asian startups be able to raise money from US VCs. How do you think about that as a VC who can invest both in APAC and US? How can you help these startups maybe fundraise from US?
So I just wanted to add to the last point, actually, sorry. I had a thought in my mind. But I was thinking that on top of the team, I think one of the things that startups should always do is to leverage their board. I mean, the board is made up of multiple different investors. They could be KOLs in their areas or like people who have run companies. And so board composition is actually very important for startups too at the early stage. So that's something you should definitely think about. And from our perspective, because we tend to lead rounds, we sit on a lot of boards, we feel that that's how we contribute to every one of our startups. We have our own networks that we can bring in. And because we sit on multiple boards, we know of other board members with various expertise that we can help the various companies as well, provide as an advice or as a consultant. So I think, definitely something that startups should definitely think about and consider. On the fundraising side, I think the environment now is really not easy, let's just say that. But then I think a lot of startups have very good fundamentals. And I think as an investor, the way we support our portfolio is obviously, we lend our due diligence. We support them from the perspective of talking to investors, bringing in our networks, and connecting them to anyone we know that may be helpful in the ecosystem. So I guess that's why we are at meetings, we try to expand our networks because of our portfolio as well.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Just like how team is important and having a localized team is important, having investors who have the presence or the network in that market that you're trying to target, I think that's also critical. I think we're almost out of time. So if anyone has any questions that you want to ask the panelists in whatever language that they can speak or understand it in. You have a...
Thank you very much. A very informative session. I learned a lot. I'm learning a Japanese medical stuff right now. And so I agree that most of the early development and clinical work can be done outside of the US. And we also think for the future how to succeed, how to enter the US in the future. For now, most of our activity happening in Japan, Taiwan, Australia, so outside of the US. And from the funding, if we seek the funding from the US investor, how is it important to take the real physical action in the US? For example, technical work or clinical work, how important is it to make those work physically happening in the US? So that's I want to learn from you.
You want to take that question? No?
I do see a trend that even the US-based companies, they decide to do the clinical trial in Asia to de-risk from the animal study to first in humans. And with that evidence, then bring their technology back to the US. So I think that's a booming trend in terms of their cost, in terms of their efficacy, and just lots of the reasons to do so. So you just mentioned that the bridging Taiwan, Japan, Australia, I think that's a very powerful mechanisms, and that's where we are also working on. So for example, like putting Taiwan as your testing site and expand your markets in Japan or globally. So that would be one compelling reasons to have these mechanisms. Just give you a quick examples of our portfolio called Health to Think. Yeah, it's now the largest digital diabetes platform in Asia with over 1.5 million users. So they actually begin in Taiwan by leveraging our data. Taiwan government operates the single payer, the policies covering 23 million populations. So they utilize this centralized aggregated data to prove their concepts. And after that, they expanded to Japan in 2018. Yeah, backed by a leading Japanese insurance giant called Sompo Holdings in their Series B. And later, they also partnered with Sanofi. They together to came out a health economy study to unlock those long-term value. So I think it's just an example that showcase how can we collaborate and create synergy between countries and leverage each country's core competencies to achieve those big success.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just one comment. I think the trend that we're seeing in certain technologies, not all technologies, but certainly things like pediatrics and stuff, is that there's a tendency for localized observational trials to also be done within the US. So you might have full clinical trials done elsewhere, and it might be adopted in lots of countries, but we're seeing a rising case of clinicians asking for localized trials to be done as well, at least observational, to see how the technology integrates into the system. They want to see the data that's localized as well, and they want to know how it's utilized within their current frameworks. So that's just one thing to think about. It's not in every technology, but there is a trend of that happening right now that we're seeing. I'm not sure if you're seeing that as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but that's a very interesting point.
I think it's U.S. investors usually don't know too much about, or maybe Americans in general, but like too much about outside of U.S. So they need to kind of think that you will be successful in the U.S. or that you can be successful in the U.S. and fit that particular kind of profile that they are used to seeing. So I think it's not that you need to be active in the U.S., but be able to convince these investors that you have the team or the strategy or whatever that makes you successful in the U.S. in the future.
Maybe if I could, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to add one point, which is that I think the US is a very big place. There are lots of different investors. So depending on your business model as well, you would want to think about how you're targeting your investors.
I was just going to share that if your solution is deployed here in, let's say, the Japanese medical community, you're going to want to explain how what you did with doctors or clinics in Japan can work, let's say, with doctors and clinics in America, right? If you had a product or solution that worked with employers in one country, you're going to want to be able to explain, this is how we know employers think in the US, and here's how we'll be able to engage their employees, right? Engage this doctor's patients, engage this hospital's, such and such. We had a company that was from Israel, and they were delivering at-home therapeutics and diagnostics. And they had some experience in Europe. They did a really good job at explaining how, what the differences were and how they're going to be able to address those in the US market. So to answer your question, I think it's okay to have experience that's not based in the US, but you're going to want to pick the population you're going after, or the channel and the population, and show we can account for this. We understand that this is going to be different, but this is how we feel that we can solve that problem for you. Does that make sense? Yeah, thank you.
It's great. VCs never always have great advice. One question, and it took us 8 minutes to answer.
Because it's a great question. It's a great question.
Do we have time for more questions, or do we have any more questions? We promise we'll keep it shorter. We'll keep the answers shorter, but if you don't have any questions, I think, are we out of time? Okay. All right. Well, please give a round of applause for our amazing panelists. And they'll be around if you have any questions later on. But thank you.
Thank you very much for the great conversation. Please give a big round of applause to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume the session. Our following session is the story of RegCell, Japanese Technologies Global Expertise. RegCell represents a unique blend of Japan's cutting-edge scientific research and international business know-how. Michael McCullough, a veteran biotech executive with experience leading companies through drug development, M&A, and commercialization, will share why he chose Japan as the base for advancing Treg cell therapeutics. This session will show how Japan's strengths and global expertise can create a new model for biotech startups. Please welcome our speakers, Michael McCullough from RegCell and Masanori Honda from Lifetime Ventures.
So, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Masatoshi Honda, a venture partner from Lifetime Ventures. This is actually my first visit in Okinawa, and start wondering why I haven't come here before. And I'll be the moderator this session. Our topic today is the story of RegCell, a biotechnology company developing first-in-class therapies for autoimmune diseases and transplantation with its epigenetic reprogramming platform leveraging the natural biology of regulatory T cells, Tregs. Earlier this year, the company announced the closing of $46 million round is transitioned to a US-based company, building on Japan deep immunology research. We will explore how Japanese scientific findings and global management experience can be combined to drive clinical development and global market entry. The objective is to illustrate what it takes for Japan origin deep tech startups to the future scale up. This is not only about the story about the clinical development, but also about strategy, partnerships, and the rebirth of the company to compete globally, to push healthcare innovation that our audience can all learn, and hopefully it can be like a transferable to your project and your future project. So joining me today is Michael McCullough, CEO of RegCell. My pleasure to have you here on the panel. As Izumi-san introduced, he has led several biotech ventures before joining RegCell in 2023 and brings a wealth of global leadership to the table. So we'll start by a brief intro and the background of Michael and give an overview of the company, and we'll go through some key points, and lastly we have a Q&A session. So one thing I want to note for this session before it begins is that at the end of the session I will take a question from the audience. So please submit beforehand using this QR code. You can screenshot, and I'll pick from what I have, or you can raise your hand if you cannot help asking, but this link provides more interactive tool. You can see others' questions, so it's almost mandatory for you to submit one each, or upvote existing question that already someone put on the platform. So Michael, before we dive into our discussion, could you start by giving a bit of your background and your journey before joining the company?
Sure, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Like others, I'm not, I would say naturally gifted public speaker, but I'm always excited to talk about Japanese life science innovation. So thank you for the chance to participate. But my background may be a little different. I'm actually a toxicologist by training, and there aren't many of us in the industry, right? And it was I think for me, the journey really started in grad school, as I mentioned. I didn't want to get a PhD to start with. I was a chemist undergrad, and I liked chemistry, biology, and math, but I couldn't stand blood, right? So there's no way I could be a physician. So I just thought, well, maybe toxicology could let me do a little bit of all of that. And so I was able to get into the lab, and I realized early on that in the UC system, these guys are not there to teach you. They're there to do research and publish papers. So I had a fellowship, and I got there early, and this famous guy, he said, oh, yeah, I forgot you're coming. And he goes, well, there's your desk. And that was all I had. And it was either kind of, you think about sink or swim, and it forced me, I think, to develop this ability to learn autonomously. And for me, in my career, I would say it maybe is the most important attribute that I picked up. It wasn't the science, it was just forcing me to learn how to solve complex problems by myself. And after my PhD, I was able to work as a toxicologist for about a year, and it really wasn't very fun. And I don't think it was making an impact. And I was lucky enough to get recruited in the industry for a public company in regulatory affairs. And as a young professional, I think I didn't know anything about regulatory, but I knew I could learn. But you got exposed to such interesting concepts and got a very clear picture of how the industry works. And after a couple years, I moved into manufacturing, and they needed help in making antibodies, and I had done tissue culture. So I figured, yeah, I could figure that out. And I didn't know anything, and it was a big stressor because I didn't know anything. But learning then about the importance and how to make these and how to put an IND together again, and learning early days of cell therapy and gene therapy, I think was invaluable experience because you get a real appreciation of how complicated it is to make these advanced therapies. And then I worked and recruited to another company where I became VP development early in my career and was enabled to run a big phase 3 program and get a drug approved. And it was a tremendous experience to learn about how the industry works, but very complex questions about how to run a clinical trial, how to get launched, how to manage data, how to get an NDA put together. It was an invaluable experience for me, but I could probably only do it because I was in the right environment. But being given the opportunity, my boss at the time was actually a co-founder of Amgen, and yeah, he was really impressive, and I really left a strong impression on me because he's just such an energetic, optimistic person, and at those days, he didn't like to fly. So he would take me, and I would tag along on limousine rides all over, and I would ask him his experience at Amgen. So hugely, when you're around those kinds of people, and learning it from them was really valuable for me. So after we got the action approved, the company sent me to business school, and I looked around at our company, and it was clear, we had an approved drug, we had money, but we just really weren't a very great company. And then these ideas about culture and values became important for me, and I used those all the time. But then, these ideas about, to be successful, you need to be great at something. You need to have what we think a leadership position. And I don't think we were going to ever be successful at our commercial enterprise. So I recommend we sell that and started to really buy these smaller research platforms. I felt that smaller companies could outcompete big companies about how they use innovation. And Japan plays a big role in that, right? They have world-class science here. So that became important for us. And then I did another deal with a company called Aztecs, and I felt at the time Aztecs really had what I think of as a world-class scientific platform that really was synergistic. It didn't take long after that, then I was promoted to head of BD, and we got acquired by Otsuka for the science platform. And then was really important for me because that was my first exposure to Japanese culture and Japanese science, and started to understand, and I tell a story all the time that Japan creates world-class science. Doesn't matter how we measure it. We just talked earlier about Nobel laureates and Nature papers and patents, but Japan really has a world-class foundation in science, but it hasn't yet developed the mature ecosystem to get those fully matured, right? So in this process, we got acquired by Sumitomo, and it was my first experience there. Then I left, and we started the company, really did the same kind of thing, got acquired by Sumitomo Nippon Pharma after we got acquired by Otsuka. And there, though, it was great because part of the deal was Sumitomo wanted access to U.S. innovation. They were very intrigued about how we manage these companies in such a small footprint. And it was a wonderful experience, but I was a little bit more senior, so I got a really close picture about how Japanese culture and science and Japanese management sophistication. Japan has really sophisticated management systems, and that's really, really meaningful. But it was great. And then after the 4 years, people were scattering everywhere, and what I really wanted was some white space. I think at the time, during COVID, there was a huge surge of capital into private life science companies, and a tremendous number of companies were formed. Very hard to get white space, right? Difficult to find novelty or differentiation, difficult to find what we think of as category leadership. And so I took another job for a company I thought could do that. And then, I guess it was about 3 years ago, I was approached by UTech, right? And they reminded me about the quality of Japanese science, but pointed out also that the ecosystem has not really matured. So this idea was very interesting, and I think it's a really important thing to contemplate. And when they was telling me this, my mind was wondering, it's like, you might be right, because why don't we have an Amgen emerging from Japan, right? Why can't we create a Gilead here, right? We can if we want, and we just have to do it. So the idea was not to really separate RegCell from, or separate Japanese science, but think about, can we, because really isolate some of the, what I call them scarcities, not that there aren't, is that talent and experience here, it's scarce, right, compared to the US.
Could you share a bit about what the RegCell are trying to do and how they are founded?
Yeah. So this is a really interesting story. I'm not an immunologist, so RegCell is founded by really, I can't say enough about, not just as a scientist, but founded by a professor named Shimo Saguchi Sensei. And he may be the most prominent immunologist anywhere. Yeah, and
I don't know, Osaka University?
Well, he works,
Kyoto?
he both, he has affiliation of both, right? And so I would meet with him, and I didn't know who he was. I'm embarrassed to say this because I'm an immunologist. And then somebody said, "You know him?" I said, "Yeah, he's amazing." He said, "Yeah, Mike, he could win a Nobel Prize." So if you think about this aspiration, we really want to fully develop Japanese science. And if you look at I'm not a box checker, but having a scientific founder who opens doors is very helpful. And then it became very clear to me, when we talk about the first thing we need in a science company is really to articulate the problem that we solve. I mean, we talked earlier about unmet medical need, and it's very fascinating. And Tregs are indispensable non-redundant cell type to prevent autoimmune disorders, right? And when they get broken, that is a hallmark of autoimmunity, right? And so what we were able to think about is, our story really starts when Saguchi Sensei published this paper about discovery of Tregs, and they're a rare type of T cell, and they're different, as I mentioned, they're to maintain self-tolerance. It didn't take long after this paper came out where we started to see publications from investigators thinking, could you take a Treg from someone with, say, type 1 diabetes who has autoimmune disease and try to grow those and put those back, right? Obviously, it doesn't work. And for lots of reasons we know about now. But what Saguchi Sensei thought was, well, maybe if we take these bad T cells that are causing autoimmunity and we convert them to Tregs, then we could actually solve two major problems. One, we could have long-term, we could restore persistence, but because this antigen recognition feature that's in the bad T cells that's recognizing our own antigens as bad, we'll actually keep those for the Treg. So now we can imagine antigen-specific self-tolerance. And we could actually distinguish bad immune cells from good immune cells. And then it was obvious to me, because you look at it this way, we've been treating autoimmunity for 75 years with blunt instruments. They broadly suppress the immune system, right? They don't offer curative potential, which means patients take them chronically, sometimes lifelong treatment with these drugs. And many of them still have box warnings for very serious side effects, including increased rates of mortality, malignancies, serious infections, cardiac toxicity. So if we can actually reprogram these bad T cells into Tregs and achieve antigen-specific self-tolerance, we could maybe transform how we treat autoimmune disorders. But no one knew how to do it, right? And we got lucky. We did some just basic old school screening, phenotypic screening of small molecule libraries. And in the screening, we picked up a compound that could take a kind of an activated effector cell, not a Treg, but a proliferative, maybe they might cause a disease-causing T cell, but turn up important genes in it that create them into Tregs. One's called FOXP3. And that was a very novel discovery. We could actually take as a bad T cell, treat it with a small molecule, and turn on Treg genes that are important for suppressing these bad T cells. But it really wasn't enough to really do what we wanted. And then our team had a very brilliant idea where they wondered, and this is why it's kind of mind-blowing how they did this, but they wondered in the thymus, right? So Tregs are developed in our thymus from precursors, and they wondered what happens in our thymus when these precursors lock into becoming a Treg, what is imprinting them, and if we could copy that. And once we did that, we learned about important parts that we have to reprogram that are really locks, and they lock them into becoming stable functional Tregs. Even downstream, they could reprogram promoters to turn on functional genes. So we learned how to really, I think, through multiple layers of signaling, reprogram these bad T cells to become antigen-specific but very stable Tregs. Now we can really imagine how to get antigen-specific tolerance to distinguish bad immune cells from good immune cells and only knock down the bad immune cells.
I did a bit of the search yesterday, and like in Treg therapy space, like for example, like Curel had a deal, like $2 billion deal with AstraZeneca a couple years ago.
Right.
And Treg Bio was Eli Lilly. They did over 1 billion
Yeah.
deal in a few years before. So it's very interesting space to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but existing, I know CAR T, you know, like existing method is more like suppressing the immune mechanism. So that's why your new approach is more like a, so an existing approach is more like a side effect, and long term they need care, like doses.
Yeah.
But your approach is more like a one shot or like a.
Yeah, I think, well, durable. I mean, we think it's durable. It's hard. We don't know for sure. We have, I think, compelling evidence about long-term persistence, and even some very sophisticated immunology about, ability to create de novo Tregs from. So we think that's for sure. So part of what we do, and when we think about what we need to achieve in terms of getting investors, is to show and fence off where we have a competitive advantage, right? So we really feel that one thing I'm interested in is what we think of as category leadership. How do we fence off other platforms so we have a clear advantage? So one of those really is our ability to target a specific self-tolerance, and that's unique to our platform. And I can't imagine the ability to replicate that, certainly without a small molecule drug, right? So antigen-specific suppression, and we validate that. That's a huge advantage for us. Long-term persistence, I think people have created this perception that Tregs are not very stable, and that might come from clinical trials from autologous expanded cells. With patients who have autoimmune disorders, these are not great starting points. So we think we can solve that. So reprogramming needs to solve those two things. And then we have a lot of other features that I think are advantageous to us in terms of targeting to inflammatory sites, being able to be more functional in vivo compared to even natural Treg. So that's how we do this, and I think it's important when we start to think about long-term, how we create a company, this idea sticks in our brains about category leadership and advantages. That has to be part of it, and it has to really solve a very clear problem.
I think that gives us a strong picture of science and technology. I like to shift gears to more like a team development and strategy and fundraising. So I'm curious, how have your past experiences leading multiple biotech company, not just in the US, influence your approach at RegCell and building the global team?
I can't.
Like a domestic.
I can't really emphasize how important that was for me. A lot of it was, when I was early in my career, I was just fortunate to be put in efforts into I could learn. So early in my career, the ability to assimilate as much knowledge as I could was hugely important for me to be able to solve complex problems, right? And then going to business school, helpful to put that together. But that was more, I think, the soft skills about, after I could assemble information and execute on that. To be an effective leader, you have to be able to develop soft skills. And I was interested in organizational theory and behavior and values and culture, because I observed, implications of what I think of as a toxic culture. And then we're working hard on these concepts of core values. And then over time, I learned that core values and mission, that's kind of just words. What we're really trying to get at or get people engaged. And then I learned at Tolero because it was so hard. And the reason why engagement was important for me, and still is that's what gets us resilience and persistence. And these are super hard jobs. When you talk about failure rates in life science, if you think about it, it becomes overwhelming. So it's a difficult thing that we're asking people to do. We're putting them in, asking a lot of them and putting them in very stressful environments. So culture values, but what we're trying to get is engagement, because engagement gets us persistence. And resilience, persistence, that's what correlates with success, right? There's, in this room, lots of tons of smart people in this industry, but what correlates with good outcomes is persistence, because, to be honest with you, I tell our team this all the time, we have a really strong platform, but we may end up in a whole different space with something that looks totally different, and you don't know, right? But part of it is persisting through these challenges and being confident you can solve hard problems. So those are what I learned about in my experiences. And the differences, we mentioned before, when someone asked me about the ecosystem in Japan, and it's what we need to get access to. And people used to talk to me, when I first started working in Japan, the comments were, well, Japan is risk averse. And that could be true, but that's not, it's more complicated than that. As I mentioned, And I was working at another company managing U.S.-China. I was having a hard time with cultural things, trying to get people engaged, and I came across this paper that really left an important mark on me. And this paper was published in HBR, and the author was showing her experiences managing in all different parts of the globe, and she had learned about how to kind of group these. And Japan is such a sophisticated culture and management systems. They cluster by themselves. But in the U.S., for example, when you're young in your career, you're really advanced if you can function, what you can achieve as an individual, right? So it's very egalitarian in the U.S. Problem solving is pushed down. Japan, and I don't know this for sure, but my observation has been you really advance how well you can build a consensus. And so Japan is unique in terms of its hierarchical and its consensus-based. So decision-making is sophisticated, but it isn't always supportive of innovation. So our challenge now is trying to adapt this different type of decision-making, and that's really what the benefits of a small biotech are, is being flexible. In U.S., we need flexible decision-making, and decision-making in the U.S. is not final, right? You make a decision at a time based on the information. In Japan, decision-making is consensus-driven. It's very sophisticated, and it's very complete. So when you make a decision in Japan, that's kind of baked, right? You're going to stick with it. So as we work between U.S. and Japan, we're always trying to, I know it causes stress for people because, as I mentioned, we're trying to solve these complex things and we have to do it right away. And when I ask people about it, did you do it? And they didn't, because not that they couldn't, they didn't know how to manage the decision making. It makes a lot of stress. So I think as we evolve the ecosystem, these are the kind of what I think of as, we have capabilities to solve. We can talk about that, but this, I think, systemic understanding the importance of managing complexity and decision making in this ecosystem is important.
So now you're working with a lot of Japanese researchers and investors so far and companies. What aspect you have been like most smooth and effective? I mean, how to build the trust with Professor Guguchi.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, that's a great story, and it's part of when you have early stage companies and the founders are extremely invested in the company, and it's super important to him, and he has interests that have to be protected, and so I get it. And then investors have their own interests, so. My involvement at RegCell evolved, I think, maybe over maybe a year, right? Working in the Japanese leadership. Investors are super careful, and I'm happy to have these discussions. It goes on for about a year. And then, it was very clear. They asked me, I had another job. I had to quit my other job. And there's a date for a board meeting where this is going to happen. They're going to make a management change. And leading up to it, there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of, I think, hesitation from the founders. And they don't know who I am, right? So you could imagine, and it's not going well, and I'm watching these conflicts, and I'd quit my job, and I've been here in Japan, and I called my wife, said, this doesn't look right, something's not going on, I may have to just come home, right? This is not going well. But, Goji-san is an expert in governance, and managed to orchestrate this, but I spent 6 months, that's all I really did for 6 months, is to develop trust with Saguchi Sensei about my interests are aligned with the company, right? And what's trying to make sure that we can optimize his efforts for 30 years, which he's obviously very invested in it, and I want him to be engaged as well. So we're very fortunate he's very engaged with us. I think we have a good relationship where we spend lots of time talking about science, and we've been working on a big pharma deal that we hope to be able to announce shortly. He's a big part of that as well. He opens, I don't want to say that I weaponize him, but he opens, he's so highly regarded, not just in Japan, but in the US, with investors and companies, as really a world-class scientist. And I tell people this all the time, it's not just he's a world-class scientist, he's a world-class human being, just his personal character. He's very humble, and he's just amazing individual to work with, and he's very motivating for all of us to try work as hard as we can to make sure that he's successful.
So it's not just Sakaguchi Sensei, but also there's already like a Japanese management member, and they join, and probably, I guess, there's some, you announced to hire new, let's say, CFO, CTO recently. So maybe in a good way, there's some like friction, I can say. No?
Yeah.
How to, you know, almost like a transformation from Japanese management to U.S. management right now. What is it?
Well, I mean, very transparent. I don't make this a secret, and it's not to belittle or to minimize anyone's contribution, right? That's not my goal as a leader. Is not to see people lead a company, and so part of it is learning about where people can be most successful. That's the number one goal for me. You know, I think if you ask me, as I learned more, at one point I felt when I was at Tolero as COO, you know, I felt really what I could do that's most effective was make people around me better. So here, you know, for people, my goal is to make them successful. So putting them in the right kinds of jobs, but also, we're a cell therapy company, and one of the scarcities in Japan has a lot of talent for iPS cells, but that's not the same as commercializing a T-cell therapy. So that I looked quickly, and I felt that's the first thing we have to do before we could do anything is be able to develop a commercially viable process. And those capabilities are much more accessible in the U.S. It took us maybe 3 weeks to connect with the right kind of talent there. And it wasn't to, I think, separate or to push somebody out. It was just to solve this fundamental problem, right? Fundamentally, we have to be able to have a commercially viable process. So, and then over time, you know, we're trying to access capabilities. And the one, as we transition from really a world-class science company into a clinical stage company, then it raises a lot of, and I don't build a company on org charts, we build them on capabilities, right? Because if you take a macro look, you know, we compete for everything. We compete for time here, and we compete for investor money, we compete for patients. You compete based on capabilities. So we don't talk about org charts, we talk about capabilities. We don't talk about titles, it's capabilities. And here in the US, you may not always appreciate this, but in these R&D companies, MDs run the show, right? Because you know, the clinical development is really what leads to approval. Investors always ask about clinical. And here, you know, these are very sophisticated questions about specifics, nuances of inclusion, exclusion, who gets in, who doesn't get in, who gets enrolled, what's the right endpoint, how to manage safety, how to set up for phase 2, and what is unmet medical need, what are the right endpoints, getting a dose and schedule to get to phase 2, right? These are fundamentally, if you get those wrong, then we cause a lot of trouble. And Japan, you know, has world-class healthcare. I mean, I always tell people if I get sick, I hope I'm on a trip to Japan. Amazing physicians, but they work in hospitals, right? They don't work in companies like RegCell. So that creates a major, major scarcity, right? So having to solve that, I just felt that's easier to solve in the US. And for example, with our pre-IND meeting, you know, we started to build that capability in US, so it went really well. We could create a protocol that the FDA says go, right? And that'd be hard to do in Japan.
So I'd like to move on to, just a gentle reminder, please submit any question here. And then I would like to move on to the topic around like fundraising and strategy. So what strategy are most, let's say like an important when expanding Japan origin technology into like global market?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's the same as in the US, right? And it's the same as you would fundamentally address any business case. So we are a science-based business, and we want to get the science right. I mean, foundationally, having someone like our science team, sometimes I'm astonished about the quality and the depth of what we can achieve in the science of Japan. So that's a major advantage for us. So we don't want to separate from that. So the science we feel confident with, but the science has to turn to a business. And then, you know, I wonder questions, like I mentioned, it comes up all the time, about category leadership, right? Because if you look, generally speaking, modalities that are novel, you might be one or two big winners, right? So can we create a white space, or can we create an advantage so we can fence them off? And it needs to be transformative. If you look now, the US investors have huge funds. And I even worry now that, you know, with the AMID grant, you know, our ticket size, is it too small for a US investor, right? And they need to fund big ideas. So we're looking for transformative type of treatments that could really change healthcare. It's hard right now if we're going to go from Japan to US to do something as incremental. So category leadership is important for us. I think scientific quality is important for us. And then I think the need. And the need, you know, I used to teach a class with a friend about design theory, about unmet needs, right? And people sometimes, I think, even in Japan, they'll work backwards. You know, I worked at Sumitomo Nippon Pharma. I was run by a bank, so everything was epidemiology based. But I think really, value is driven not always by number of patients, but the problem you solve. So finding something that solves a really big need, I think, is it. That's why we were excited about RegCell. It's easy to understand that. And it's also easy to think about, my background has been mostly in oncology, so we spent maybe 25 years thinking about finding better ways to treat cancer patients. A lot of success in new modalities, but which means things like autoimmunity have been kind of overlooked. And so the wondering, can we take these toolkit that we develop for cancer and leverage it against autoimmune disorders and transform those? So those are the kinds of transformative type of things, big ideas with a clear need.
Let me step back a bit and for the bigger picture. How can this RegCell, possibly like a cornerstone case from Japan to US, this growth history inspire other like Japanese-driven deep tech, not just maybe like a biotech, maybe broader healthcare, even broader, like aiming to scale like globally?
I think I wouldn't be inspirational, but I think the story, talking about why can't we create the Amgen from Japan? There's no reason why we can't, right? And it's good for patients, it's good for Japan. So I think what I find inspiring this vision that we could take world-class science and really globalize it and transform how we treat patients. So one thing that we talk about a lot is, even investors, I think this is part of the messaging, is from the patient perspective. And what if we could cure somebody with colitis, right? What if we cured somebody with MS? Wouldn't that be amazing? And so those are the aspirational goals. And we're not afraid of hard things, right? So I hope that inspires people, but the inspirational people in the company are not me. It's our founders and our investors and the people who work hard every day to make this happen.
Just my curiosity, but beyond this particular project, during the course of your business development, if there are other like early stage technology coming out from Japan or like even Asia that you find especially like promising?
Yeah, I was a little bit shocked, when I was invited to speak at another investor event in Osaka Expo, maybe early July, late June. I was really impressed with the innovation. It's very sophisticated modalities that are not just kind of, I think, on the fringe, but really, I think, highly promising, innovative ways to looking more like, I think, a U.S. innovation, right? Not that U.S. has the best innovation, but it's more refined. I think they've been, the industry is, you see discovery stage companies, they in some degree, I think that science has been democratized, meaning when 15 years ago, stuff that we can do now, fragment discovery, I think all of the CRISPR stuff, those things were not available to a company. Now you and I can access anything we want, right? So that means that, and also when I first started working in the industry, it was very rare to see somebody who had pharma experience in a biotech. It was mostly scientific founders. Now in the US, there's a whole generation of people who have pharma experience or successfully had drug approvals in smaller companies. So that's the institutional knowledge I think we need to start to access and get into Japan, right?
So I think this is going to be like a bit off topic, but I think this is interesting. Right now, it's a time between like a U.S. and Asia relationship in the area of biotech even. This is probably more than one way of looking at the discussion around the like increasing like geopolitical uncertainties and like recently Trump administration allowed to put in the tariff between pharmaceutical companies from the U.S. and how do you like evaluate risks for this, or like you can say like leveraging this opportunity? What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think hard for me I can't control it, so I look at it and I can't control it, so I don't spend too much time on it. Then I look at our exposures. Now we're going to make ourselves in the U.S., right? We don't have a lot of exposure to outsourced activities, that would be in places that would be impacted. So we have minimal exposure. I have to hope that this gets sorted out in a reasonable way, but I don't spend a lot of time consumed by it because I can't impact it.
All right, I think it's a good time for moving on to maybe Q&A. Is it okay? So we have 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. No? Yes. So I have a couple of interesting questions on the platform. Is RegCell incorporated in Japan or the US? Why? What's your fundraising strategy? Well, you cover some, but
We decided last year to become a Delaware C Corp. It solved a lot of constraints for us. One of those, obviously, is an interest in having a broader access to investors, and that solves that for sure. We do keep a Japanese sub, and that is really, as I mentioned, we did secure an AMID grant, so that's really to navigate the AMID support. And then one observation we have also is, we want to, companies are based on people, and getting the right kind of talent, it's much more feasible if you're a US-based entity, right? It's just the compensation structure and the ability to offer people health insurance, for example, and give them equity and options. It's just much more palatable and feasible to do that in the US.
Another question is about what is missing from Japanese management in order to glue a company into a so-called global company?
Yeah, I think
cultural difference, experience.
Well, I wouldn't say it's nothing. I don't want to sound critical. It's a little bit of institutional knowledge, right? So part of this is the ability to solve complex problems and push decision making to a lower level. CEOs should make as few decisions as possible. I feel. I want to make the best decisions. So the ability to have, I think, an organizational structure where you can enable people to feel confident to make decisions at a lower level. That's fundamentally, I think, what we think about entrepreneurial culture. The Japanese culture is amazing and it's super sophisticated, but it's not necessarily amenable to those things. And I see it all the time. Even the board members will call me. We work closely with our investors and ask me about something important. And they say, did you get consensus? And I never tell them the truth that I didn't, because I didn't even think about it because I needed to get it done. So, getting stuff done is, I think, a part of the U.S. entrepreneurial culture that is important. And I think the process of getting things done here, we're trying to sort that out in a way that I think is more amenable to having decisions made at a lower level and enabling them to feel confident in their decision making.
I think it's a bit, thank you. It's a bit technical, but most government grants in the U.S. are for U.S. citizens or green card holders even. Do you have any grants you recommend for Japanese or like international startups who are trying to do a business international? Should we aim to seek venture capital in fundraising? There's another question.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you?
Okay. Yeah, maybe, well, we're generally curious to know what grant can be leveraged from the U.S. for, if you have any.
Yeah, they're a little different. We do have granting systems, and they're not as prominent. I think part of it is most of the life science industry is financed by private institutions, right?
Right.
The government grants are smaller compared to Japan, mostly, and you just don't see them being leveraged to the same extent. I think that, I'm not sure if this is true, but the highest quality companies get private financing from institutions. And a little bit more, the granting is maybe perceived more as an academic effort to fund academic startups. I think they're a little bit better suited for those. That's just my perception. Nothing like the AMID grant. I mean, the AMID grant for us is transformational.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, one another, it seems that we need lots of resources to become a category leader, like you mentioned. Do you think a startup company can always take such a strategy? And please share your reason.
I think so. I think it's a fundamental, it's really...
We're a startup.
It's not, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's a resource, because RegCell didn't have deep resources. But part of it is, I think, looking for those things, understanding, and this, I think it's an intellectual process of simulating, could this do certain things? Could it be better than? So I don't know if it's a resource question as much as it's more of a philosophical, or training yourself to be mindful of what that looks like. Because it's here. I mean, it's plenty of it, right?
Yeah. Well, for a technology company like R&D-driven company, it should be.
Yeah, I think so. I think sometimes, and I don't know if this is we get enamored by science, but science has to solve the problem, right? And then I think, this idea that white space, I was driven by white space a few years ago. And that's kind of when this concept about Japanese science, that, well, that's maybe a great place for us to look for white space. And that's true, right? Because I don't think it's as cluttered. I mean, US at the time, in 2021, at the tail end of COVID, there was just a huge surge of capital in life sciences. It gave rise to maybe too many companies. So getting white space maybe was very difficult at that point.
This is one remaining question. How do you see, maybe a bit high-layered question, but how do you see the Japanese market size as the population is decreasing and aging?
That's a fair question, and I think that's a little bit of a constraint for sure. And it came up during the AMID grant, and that's why when we have to work hard in these questions about market access. And the challenge we faced at the time was there aren't any good analogs for cell therapy. Cell therapy in oncology, there's great models. So we have to solve market access through a little bit more creative ways and trying to peg that. But we would always assume that Japan would have pricing that's at a substantial discount. So I think that's why, not the primary reason, but when we look to build economic models and sensitivity testing outside of Japan to make sure we can make this work, right? But if we have to do it Japan only, I think it becomes very difficult, especially for a complex treatment like a cell therapy.
Well, I think we've covered a lot of ground in the discussion already. As we wrap up, let me briefly highlight a few takeaways. I think first, Japan origin startup can indeed scale globally potentially when paired with experienced management team, including Michael here. And second, RegCell shows us the importance of bridging research. There's a bunch of great findings from Japan, like in the capital and international collaboration. So I want to thank Michael for sharing his important insight and all of you for engaging discussion. I hope today's conversation inspires more collaboration between Japanese innovation and global talent. Thank you very much, and please join me giving a round of applause to Michael.
Thank you for the great panel. So welcome back, everyone. Before we begin, we have a lost and found announcement. We found a battery left behind on the bus on the way here. If you think it may be yours, please speak to one of our staff members. It has a sticker with 3 Chinese characters printed. So, up next is the pitch Elevate. Here, founders will not take the stage alone. They will present side by side with experienced VC mentors who have worked with them intensively over the past months. A month ago, entrepreneurs had the opportunity to present the first draft of their pitch material in English and receive one-on-one feedback from all 7 mentor VCs back to back. After that, each entrepreneur was matched with a mentor VC. Together, today, they will showcase both the challenges of the earliest stages of building a company and the future potential of healthcare innovation. A diverse panel of guest judges, including leading investors and accelerators from Japan and abroad, will also provide insights and feedback to support the next generation of healthcare startups. Each mentor will say a minute of an encouraging message, and entrepreneurs will then give a 7-minute pitch. After each pitch, we will have 5 minutes of Q&A time from judges and mentor VCs. Based on the pitch performance, we will have 4 types of awards that will be provided on the basis of the evaluation of the judges as well as you, the audience. The Startup Elevate 2025 Pitch Awards will be Best Pitch Award, given to the startup receiving the highest evaluation from our mentor VCs and guest judges. Runner-up Pitch Award, present to the startup with the second highest evaluation. Best Growth Award, awarded to the startup showing the greatest improvement measured by comparing the pitch circuit variations with today's scores. Best Mentor VC Award. This one is special. It is presented to the mentor VC who received the highest evaluation from the participating entrepreneurs at the pitch circuit. And we will also have an award for the poster, Best Poster Award. This award is granted for the best poster presentation based on the voting by the attendees. Now, please let us present today's judges. Arthur Chen, Managing Partner, B Health. Buzz Farmer, co-founder of MedTech Actuator. Hanae Suzuki, JIC Venture Growth Investments. Jonathan Ie, Managing Partner, Saisei Ventures. Pofui Chia, Director, Vickers Venture Partners. Shinfon Lim, Partner, WeDo Venture Partners. Yuki Takemori, Development Bank of Japan. Now, on to the pitch Elevate. First, please welcome Munemasa Sugimoto, founder of InnoPace Inc., and mentor VC Hiroko Kimura from Fast Track Initiatives. This medtech company is tackling some of the toughest neurological disorders, such as epilepsy and overactive bladder. Their innovative solution is a closed-loop implantable neuromodulation system with neural sensing and wireless power transfer, designed to restore function and improve quality of life for patients worldwide. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC Kimura-san. So, Munemasa-san and Kimura-san, please come up on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, overactive bladder affects 200 million people worldwide. Over 20 million are drug resistant. They lose sleep, fear going out, and lose dignity. Sacral neuromodulation is already a proven market in the US. $800 million, 50,000 implants each year. But today's devices are open loop. Yes, 60% responded in trials, but long term, only 40 to 50 keep benefit. Closed loop has always been a dream, but too hard, weak signals, real-time noise. No big company have solved it. InnoPace is the first. They made closed loop possible. This is a world first breakthrough, and only InnoPace can redefine this field. Please welcome Munemasa Sugimoto, CEO of InnoPace.
Now, let's start the pitch part. Sugimoto-san, please start your pitch.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Munemasa Sugimoto, co-founder and CEO of InnoPace. We are developing a smart implant device to restore bladder control. Hopefully it works. So 20 million drug-resistant refractory overactive bladder patients are suffering day by day from repeated urgency and urinary incontinence. Imagine if you leak a lot of urine in public. This is not just about a physical problem, but matter of dignity. Looking at the pathophysiology, this is not just about a bladder problem. This disease comes from abnormal nerve communication between brain and bladder. The afferent nerve signal is sent from bladder to brain. Brain gets confused, losing the ability to control urination, resulting in urinary incontinence. The neuromodulation and Botox are existing standard solutions, But unfortunately, the current chance of regaining continence remain limited to 40% because those existing solution doesn't directly treat the brain-bladder communication. So here's our solution, closed-loop sacroneuromodulation in combination of nerve sensing and stimulation. We put our device inside the body, which are listening to your nerve signal from bladder to brain, and automatically provide precision stimulation at the right strength, right timing to restore brain-bladder communication. We ensure patients have a 75% chance of regaining continence with our solution to regain their active life. There has been a growing awareness of the neuromodulation in this market, and we are frontrunner of the next generation closed-loop neuromodulation. We are the only solution which is able to listen to the nerve signal from bladder to brain to control therapy in line with underlying disease pathophysiology of overactive bladder. We have 7 patents to support and protect our closed-loop algorithm, starting from sensing through the decoding and analysis process to control precision stimulation. Our bladder afferent nerve sensing has the ability to fully understand your individual disease state to predict symptoms time by time. That's why we are able to define the personalized parameter to provide precision stimulation. And this personalized precision therapy is able to directly restore brain-bladder communication, and we can not only avoid the symptom episode, but also we can bring hope of potential cure of this disease. Our preclinical animal study data starts showing the proof of our technology. We've already validated that our bladder afferent nerve sensing has the ability to predict symptoms before it happens. Our system is also able to provide precision stimulation only when necessary, and we see the clear efficacy of this closed-loop stimulation. Let's talk about our business. Our competitor sacroneuromodulation device has already $28,000 reimbursement price in the US. This means that we have clear access to the biggest US market. Based on this reimbursement pricing, we are estimating up to $16,000 selling price to make a business. The current market size is $800 million with 50,000 annual implantations. But think of that. There are more than 10 million refractory overactive bladder patients only in the US who are waiting for the better therapeutic opportunity. We see a significant upside. We are international and diversified team currently based in Japan and Australia to drive our technical and clinical development effort. We are also proud of working with a series of key opinion leaders in the field of overactive bladder and sacroneuromodulation therapy, along with a strong investor and accelerator support. We've already started the FDA consultation to make sure our clinical study planning ahead align with the future US and global submission. With $2.9 million funding to date, we are currently in the midst of clinical proof of concept study in Japan and Australia to make sure our concept works on human overactive bladder patients. We are expecting to start generating the human data quite soon, and we are confident to manage this short-term important milestone, which allow us to move to Series A funding in mid-2026 to prepare for further advanced clinical study. The next clinical study we're planning is efficacy evaluation, which is a 2-week study to compare the efficacy of a closed-loop stimulation compared with a standard solution, And once we demonstrate the clear benefits of our closed-loop stimulation therapy, we can expect the potential M&A exit from the 2028 onwards. This market, the key strategics are quite keen to the new innovation, and many M&A investment product launches are happening these years. So we built an initial relationship with the key strategics who are waiting for our development progress. So we are looking for the connection with a medtech investor to let us prepare for Series A funding. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, let's move on to the Q&A. Any questions from judges and mentor VCs?
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have one question. So how long does this device last? So I mean, is the replacement will be necessary or not?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. So we have the wireless power, the recharging technology. So once the device gets implanted, it lasts more than 15 years. So that we don't worry about the frequent replacement of the device.
Thank you for your presentation. May I ask if there are any predicate devices that will enhance your path to approval? And so how are you looking at the regulatory pathway here? And are you going to pursue that first in Asia and then in the US, or are you going to go straight to the US?
Thank you for your question. So predicate device is existing the sacral-neuromodulation device, which provide electrical stimulation. So what we do differently is that we implement the sensing to advance the closed-loop stimulation in more personalized manner. And the regulatory pathway, so we consider how to get access to the US market, and that would be the PMA classification, pre-market approval. And there would be the potential scenario if we work with the strategics, we may be able to apply the PMA supplement, which is the modification of the existing regulatory path, which would require the less burden of the non-clinical clinical study requirement. Of course, depending on what kind of the strategic collaboration we could happen, that we are currently thinking how to get into the US market as a first priority, as a commercialization.
Well, thank you very much for the explanation. So could you let me know the current communication level and communication situation with an FDA as a certification level? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. So we did the first FDA, the Q-submission meeting earlier this year in March, and we are now planning the second Q-sub quite soon, the next month, for submission to receive further feedback.
Thanks for the presentation. Could you speak a little bit about the invasiveness of the device, and also talk about the clinical collaborators that you're working with? Have you received any feedback from them regarding the invasiveness of the device?
Thank you very much. So basically, we won't change any surgical procedure at all compared with existing sacral neuromodulation device implantation. And so the degree of invasiveness is not much, and the generator device is implanted around 1 centimeter underneath of the skin, and the surgical procedure lasts more or less 30 minutes to 1 hour length. And the key opportunity is, and also validated by clinical doctor, is that we can keep the already established surgical procedure. That would be the quite lower barrier to let the physician adapt to our technology. We believe that this is another appealing point of our solution.
I think a slightly similar question in terms of understanding the market. When do patients or clinicians decide that they will do a sacral implant to treat urinary incontinence, because it's a very large market? And what are the improvements potentially you've seen that clinicians want to provide that option more to patients?
Thank you very much. So the first, all overactive bladder patients generally start from the medication, and but unfortunately, we have 30% chance that in the end the drug don't work, and the clear definition is that once a drug don't really control the symptom more than 3 months or 12 weeks, the doctor that starts thinking of what will be the next solution. And the sacral-neuromodulation therapy is one of the standard, already established standard solution for those drug-resistant overactive bladder patient.
Any other question? Okay, this concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. And we kindly ask the mentor VCs to remain standing on the stage throughout the entrepreneurs' presentations, please. Thank you. Next, we have Bilalu Kaluni, founder of AK Labs, and mentor VC Hiroaki Kobayashi from UTech. This is a longevity biotech startup that is revenue generating while pushing the boundaries of science. They are developing a measurement platform for the longevity industry, solving the critical measurement gap with high-resolution genome-wide epigenetic data at industrial scale and cost. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Kobayashi-san.
Hello. So let me start by saying that for many of the investors, when we look at the new opportunities for investment, before judging whether this company is great, I think it's important that whether this area is good. And for this purpose, AK Lab has two advantages. One is longevity. So longevity is a very emerging hot area, especially for investors in the States. The notable investors like Sam Altman or Jeff Bezos has all in this area. So it's a great hot area. And another is AI. So AI is, without any explanation, it's a hot area. So AK Lab has the combination of two, the longevity and an AI. So I think you will regret if you don't talk to Bilal after the pitch. So please welcome Bilal.
Thank you.
Now, let's start the pitch part. Bilal-san, please start your pitch.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Bilal, CEO and founder of AK Labs, and we're building an AI measurement platform for the longevity revolution. So we have the particularity of innovating both on the wet lab and the dry lab. The reason we can do this is thanks to a great team. So Chief Scientist Officer brings over 10 years of expertise in biology of aging and is a wet lab rockstar. Our collaborator, David Mayer, has been published in Nature Aging and has an excellent academic track record in AI modeling for aging. And our co-founder and CPO, Mehdi Hamadi, is a next-gen sequencing expert with a biomedical engineering degree from Keio University, and I humbly bring over 7 years of expertise in the longevity industry. We have the particularity also of having our lab at OISTE Innovation, and we have some joint research with several units at OISTE. And being in one of the blue zones in the world is really an opportunity for us to innovate in longevity. And we need to innovate in the field because aging is the single largest driving of suffering and disease. The older you get, the more you're at risk of facing those diseases and increasing the risk of mortality. Many companies and high net worth individuals are investing in the field. We can take the example of Sam Altman, who led the pre-seed of Retro Bioscience with $180 million. And what is also very particular is that OpenAI is creating custom AI model for Retro Bioscience to drive the R&D, highlighting the importance of data and AI modeling for longevity R&D. Then Altos Lab, building on the discoveries of Dr. Shinya Yamanaka, has got his seed round led by Jeff Bezos, $3 billion, I think that's a record. And each year our industry meets in Copenhagen. We have academia and pharma partners coming, and this year we had all of the big players from Eli Lilly to Novo Nordisk highlighting the pipeline for drug discovery targeting aging. But the longevity industry has a unique problem. I call it the R&D black box. The time between your intervention and the outcome can take multi-decades. The wait is extremely long. It's not like a clinical trial for certain condition where after a few months or years, you can know if your dosage worked or not. So we need to get the early medical sign that can really guide the R&D and give some early go or no-go signals to drive the R&D. We do this with AK Labs by really building high-resolution, high-throughput epigenetic data sets for the phenotype of our clients. And then we deliver dedicated AI models that really fit the target of our clients and that can give them indication for the R&D. How do we deliver high-throughput, high-resolution epigenetic data? We have proprietary library preparation methods that allow us to be 55 times cheaper per epigenetic information compared to the industry standard methods. And with our own methods, we managed to have 30 times more coverage of the epigenome compared to the industry standard method that is Illumina EpiCarray. And why are we the best to create the AI model from this unique data? First, as I was mentioning, we have an outstanding team with an AI track record with publication in major journals. And we do not use publicly available data to build our models. That's really our main difference. Because we have those methods to build high-throughput, high-resolution data, we can have a pristine data set that is unique for the need of our clients. And from there, we can build cross-validated models that can drive the R&D. So how do we make money? Currently, we're in the fees-for-service models. So we charge our clients per the amount of samples they send us, and then we deliver the data. And then we charge per models that we deliver depending on the scope. Now we want to move from this fee-for-service model to a licensing model. So we have an R&D pipeline to productize the platform, allowing other partners to replicate our data using our techniques. And also, we want to license our best-in-class AI models for aging, and both will work hand in hand because our models are being trained on our own methods. And I think that with AK Labs, we really solve a problem in the industry. And the reason I'm really confident in stating that is that since our launch this year, we are already processing thousands of samples using our platform. And we are generating nearly $750K in revenue for the first year. And we have clients ranging from one of the largest food conglomerates in Japan to cutting-edge biotech startups. And for the indications and intervention that we're studying, it can go from supplements that can be found, we hope, in any company in the coming years, to gene therapies and stem cell therapies. And thank you so much. Looking forward to answering your questions.
Now let's move to Q&A. Any questions from judges and mentor VCs?
Hi, yeah, thanks for the presentation. Just curious, what markers are you assessing? Yeah, go ahead first. Maybe I'll have something afterwards.
So we look at the DNA methylation. So we look at the epigenome. It is a software layer that modulates the genes. So we look at the gene expression, which genes are switch on, which is switch off. And currently, all of the models to quantify aging, the biological clocks, are used doing those biomarkers.
Okay, so based on epigenetic signatures, then I'm assuming that you have some studies that will either be prospective or retrospective and predictive of different outcomes based on different epigenetic signatures?
Absolutely. So the first biological age clocks was built in 2013 by Dr. Steve Arvas. That was the first clock that really existed. And all of those clocks are being trained on the Illumina EpiCarray. So that was the technique I was introducing when I was saying that we are 55 times cheaper per epigenetic information, and we have 30 times coverage. And we think that those clocks that are trained on only 3% of the genome eventually are really limited. And this is why we really want to start from scratch with our partner. We do this deep coverage of 75% of the genome, and then we're going to try to find new markers in the epigenome that correlate more to the indication they are investigating.
I apologize, I just have a third part here. So based on those predictive markers, then, do you have sort of documented interventions that you would suggest, or say a physician would suggest, based on signatures?
So now we don't suggest the intervention. So we have like two cases. Either we do really fundamental biology, where then we can discover some new CPG site, new CPG island that might be of interest for them to investigate further. Or we have a model, exactly. So if we can see that it's decrease the biological aging according to the model that we created, we might think that the intervention works. Or if it has no effect, then we can assume that it has no effect for the indication. Thank you.
So I have 3 questions as well, but 2 of them are technical product related, and the third is maybe business model related. So maybe the technical question first. Aging clocks, very popular. Aging and AI, certainly very hot. A lot of controversy, right? A lot of people, a huge amount of variation. People have shown in vivo. I'm wondering how you're addressing that, if you are. Especially in terms of, say, time resolution, your sample collection, and the like. Second is kind of related to what Jonathan was asking. So, do you deliver any actionable insights? So, in terms of when people decide whether or not to use this service, a question that diagnostics companies often get is like, okay, what's the point of knowing this, right? What can I do about it? Is there something they can do about it that's going to drive the third question, which is, who are your customers, actually? So it sounds like quite a diverse mix, right? Food company, an IPSC company. Why are they going to you? And are they coming to you as an R&D service? Are you planning to go direct to consumer? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so all of great question. So we actually started this company by wanting to be direct to consumer and proposing the biological clocks to consumers. And we realized that for us, they're extremely perfectible, the model that exists today. As you mentioned, variation during the same days, if you do a test at 4 p.m. or during the evening, you can have a biological age difference of many years. And this is why we do not use existing biological age clocks. And the method that we've developed is having this high resolution because we really want to start from scratch. And we think that there's so many things we don't know about aging, and there's so many things we don't know about the epigenome that we need to do this groundwork today. The market is taking another direction. So we go for more resolution in the epigenome. Most companies take the bet of doing targeted sequencing to only have the CPG sites that are necessary to run the existing clocks. And we take the bet that is the wrong approach, and that we need to do this groundwork to find new markers that can be then validated scientifically. So then for the sample collection, we actually optimize our method for different sample collections. So we are working with buccal swab, we are working with whole blood. And for the business model, now it's really B2B, and why our clients coming with us is because we have this extremely high resolution data that you cannot have anywhere else. You cannot just get publicable data that will be standardized and noisy, not standardized and noisy to have a great model. You really need to extract the data from your phenotype, and this is what we do, and we're the one to do it. Thank you.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Now, let us welcome Hirobumi Takeuchi, founder of UVNS Inc., and mentor VC Taira Kobayashi and Suguru Ueno from JAFCO. 2 mentor VCs are present due to some work arrangement of Kobayashi-san. This biotech company is building a cutting-edge drug discovery pipeline for intractable diseases. Their proprietary SNIPER technology, targeted protein degradation, focuses on abnormalities in the ubiquitin proteasome system, opening new therapeutic possibilities for patients who currently lack effective treatment options. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VCs, Kobayashi-san and Ueno-san.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Suguru Ueno from JAFCO. And unfortunately, my colleague Taira Kobayashi is infected by COVID, so that he cannot attend. But he is now connecting us with this Raymond Metagrass. So, no, it's just a joke. So, anyway, so today I'd like to introduce Uvians, protein degrader companies. And the protein degrader is technologies to digest the protein inside of the cells. Usually the antibodies can access to the outside of the cells, but it cannot. But this protein degraders can erase the target protein, even it is intercellular protein. And the reasons why I support this company is that I used to work in one of the Japanese pharmaceutical companies for 14 years and developing antibody drug conjugate. And also I used to work in German bioventures and also Weizmann Institutes and also Stanford until this March. And from my experience, I found that it's very important to target 2 proteins or multiple proteins, not only once. So because there is some survival system in cancers, and if you inhibit ones, there is another rescues and negative feedback so that cells can survive. But this Uvians, the companies can degrade 2 proteins. So that is main reason why I support. So that's all for me. And Mr. Takeuchi, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Now let's start the pitch part. Takeuchi-san, please start your pitch.
I'm honored to be here. 30 years ago, I studied Ryuka, the Okinawan poetry at the Hotel University. Unfortunately, however, today's topic is not Okinawan literature, it's biotech. So I was CEO at La Korea Pharma, a Pfizer's employee buyout spin-off listed Tokyo Stock Exchange. Sorry. This is my profile. And last year, the company acquired a TPD company for $30 million. And now, I'm back in UBS, bring with breakthrough medicine for patients with them, all need them most. This is a summary. SNIPER, the next generation of protein degradation technology. We focus on cancer and fibrosis. SNIPER goes to beyond products with two-hand effect, target protein and IAP removable. And we aim to create new game-changing medicine, not inhibition, not activation, true degradation. Not a dream, a plan. This is why opportunity to on our side. This is last week news. TPT is now government-backed frontier, aligned iPS cell and COVID-19. Especially important things is this. MTR has committed support to 2 new TPD-Cs via AMID project. And especially for venture capital investors, they committed funding in clinical trials cost via venture funding. Next, what is SNIPER? SNIPER, it kills target protein. It kills IAP, a driver of cancer and fibrosis. Most important thing is another degrader cannot affect a two-hand effect. We can only two-hand effect. Okay, this is evidence. In leukemia cell, products knocks down the protein at 80%. SNIPER, over 90%. The difference, just 10% can mean relapse and oral recovery. It's important thing why we say beyond product. We can show strongly protein degradation by SNIPER technology. Next, why IPF? IPF is a very unmet medical needs diseases. We have 3 reasons. First, it's a very, very unmet medical need. Existing drug is only 2. They are only slow it down. They still just in 5 to 6 years, very short. Second, 5 million patients fear to breathless dying. It's very important issue. We want to solution it. Third, something can do more. Stop fibrosis and even maybe even reverse it. Breakthrough drug to patient, we need it. This is a business. Our area is very hot. Look at this. Very huge deals in this market. Even early stage hit billions. Next breakthrough, of course, Sniper and UBS. Science alone can't build a company, but we make team with leadership, seasoned biotech leaders and inventor of Sniper. One team, one mission, solution it unmet medical needs diseases. This is our business model. Business model is important. Clinical trial is most important growth factor. In-house, we create first-in-class Sniper medicine. With partner, we earn upfront, milestone, and sales royalties. Especially important thing is value now, scaled more by ourselves for clinical trials. Next is for investors. Path is very clear. Through the Series A to C, by 2032, we earn to $500 million, make it great, huge size deal and company valuation. Let me finish here. Breakthrough begin with one very patient for good situation. We need very simple. And last now, with their support, we can bring from clinic to laboratory, from laboratory to clinic to the world. Thank you.
Now let's move to Q&A. Any questions from judges and VC mentors?
Thank you very much for your presentation. So do you have in vivo data, and also do you have some data comparing other competing drugs?
Yes, we have in vivo data and any in vitro data. But sorry, this is under the confidential. And difference of competitor is we use IAP as a its ligand. It shows strongly degradation effect. Just this slide. This difference is our strong point.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So in addition to the in vivo data, I'm just curious as well, like, so there's in vivo efficacy data. Have you also looked at cell permeability and stability as well in vivo?
Yeah. In vivo data shows it shows concept of IAP degradation and protein knockdown and stronger than product types degradation. For example, this case is 2, and another type we have some data.
One more question. Just curious about your IP portfolio. Do you have broad protection around composition, and do you have freedom to operate around all elements of this type of technology?
Yeah. IP, we have origin IP, and now we activate pipeline to get venture capital funding now on the seed and Series A. If you have interest, I'll show you any more data.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I might have missed this. Maybe you answered the question already, but what is the efficacy in fibrosis, IPF specifically? Because it seems to be your lead indication. And second, did you say that you have IP around? Maybe you can tell us a bit more about exactly where the innovation, the breakthrough is. Is it the combination of IP with, specifically IP with other protect modalities, or can you comment on that? Was it linker technologies? Is it any sort of target will work?
Okay, thank you very much. And our IP is especially IAP ligand. And our model is, we have an IAP ligand, and a partner to choose a POI ligand. And collaboration is one of business model case. And another type, we create the origins POI ligand, and it to make TPD. Of course, its product is okay. Sniper is more better. I think so.
Sorry, I asked about the IPF efficacy as well.
IPF?
Fibrosis, yeah.
Yeah.
Your data for fibrosis. You said you have efficacy data. What is the data like?
We have in vitro and in vivo data, but sorry, it's under the contract, under the confidential.
Just a quick question about the huge market that you have. Can you speak to what disease indications you've accounted for in this 5 million patients?
Sorry, can I repeat again,
Yeah.
please?
The market, you had 8.8 billion and 5 million patients.
Market?
Market size.
Okay, market size, this?
No, I think one slide back. Keep going. Yeah. So $8 billion and 5 million patients. What diseases are in the, what indications do you have in the 5 million patients?
This is simulated from evaluated data. And this calculated by existing drug without Boehringer Ingelheim approval in this year.
Thanks.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters.
Thank you for pitching, and thank you for listening. You must be a little sleepy or a little tired, but please pay attention to pitches. Before moving to magical words, I tell you the one tip advice of magical word. For example, startup Elevate. This is not Elevate. This is not great startup elevator. Startup Elevate. This is a very good example. you could be a great startup elevator. We hope everyone could be a great startup elevator. So let's go, magical word. Please respond. Startup, elevate! Thank you so much.
Okay. Our next entrepreneur is Yasunobu Tanaka, founder of Comics Collective and mentor VC Katsuya Hashizume from Beyond Next Ventures. This genome technology company is pioneering personalized preventive medicine and drug discovery. By fully automating the analysis of multi-omics data, including genome, transcriptome, proteome, and metabolome, Omics Collective focuses on the human gut microbiota, leveraging AI and robotics to revolutionize healthcare. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Hashizume-san.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katsuya Hashizume from Beyond Next Ventures, venture capital firm investing in the deep tech startups. So I believe that much biomics data, and it's a very key part in our future. So because these data can connect our genetics and healthcare solutions, genetics and lifestyle and the environment to create future better solutions. But to achieve this goal, the fully automated platform is essential because it can standardize data, reducing the cost to create new application to connect global collaboration. So I'm excited to support this project and so with the talented entrepreneurs. So and finally, I'd like to say that good luck, Tanaka-san. Thank you.
Now let's start the pitch part. Tanaka-san, please start your pitch.
All right. Hello. My name is Yas Tanaka, together with
Moreno Zolfo.
Thanks the organizers for giving us this great opportunity. We are pleased to introduce Omics Collective, a company that we plan to launch this year. The mission of this company is to provide multi-omics data powered by AI to deliver innovations in physical and environmental and mental well-being. Okay, this company is kind of the spin-off from Professor Hiroaki Kitano's research at OIST. Kitano-san, actually, he's a pioneer in system biology, AI, and as well as an angel investor. Now he is aiming to commercialize his research. Okay, here's kind of Kitano-san's grand challenge in science, that is creating cybernetic scientists capable of Nobel Prize-winning innovations and discoveries. Okay, to achieve this goal, actually, the high precision simulation, AI, and automated experiments are really mandatory. And since 2022, OIST Kitano unit has developed an automated multi-omics analytical platform, and we call this program as MANTA project. Okay, by the way, what is multi-omics? Multi-omics are the various molecules in the body, like genome, protein, and metabolites, microbiome, etc. And those are kind of effects on our health conditions. And also they are influenced by our living environment or lifestyles. So that means basically full deep understanding of mix allows new novel prevention and cures. Today, analysis of multiomics, actually that is done basically manually. Okay, excuse me.
We might have a technical issue. We stopped the timer. Hold on 1 second.
Yes, this one. All right. Today, analysis of multiomics, that is basically done by manually, especially for sample prep. So actually, manual operation limits manual operation actually limits data quality and throughput. So now the Omics Collective offers the solution that is fully automated multi-omics analytical platform. So by doing this, this allows standardization of the protocol and the data quality, and eventually that enables data integration globally. Moreover, this platform gives the marketplace to our clients with standardized health data. So that means basically different clients, even different clients can merge the data for the open innovation. Okay, so beyond automation, actually, the health data will be integrated with conventional the phenotype and the genomics plus microbiome and the omics. And powered by AI, this will enable personalized healthcare like RNA medicine, tailored prevention, etc., etc. That means basically our clients will have the discovery and the opportunities in next generation modalities and more. For example, deep understanding of the natural complexity of the nature between, for example, human health and the environment, etc.
Yeah, it's gone again. Can we bring it back? Well, I can say something in the meantime. Thank you. Well, automation is already happening at OIST right now, and we've started with a collaborative research a few years back here at OIST in Professor Kitano's lab. And we've developed and designed a fully automated end-to-end system for metagenomic analysis. Now, metagenomic is one of those multi-omics techniques that we were talking before. And we have a small demonstration about it. Can you put the audio on too? Thank you. This is real automation happening right now in a few buildings from here, from this auditorium. And no human touches the samples. And taking one example in mind, for example, DNA extraction, it can take up to 6 hours in a conventional laboratory to extract DNA, but with our system, we managed to bring it down to 1 hour and 27 minutes, all with keeping the same quality, consistency, and reliably, and minimizing human intervention and with no human bias. And if you think that robots and machines do not need to rest, in the scope of scaling to hundreds of thousands of samples, this also means we don't have to worry about organizing shifts for personnel or having to take into account night shifts or resting time.
Okay, so now this is our business model, and actually we're planning to have the headquarters in OIST Innovation Core, and we plan the two different services. One is fee-for-service, and the other one is platform licensing out. We'll start target the gut microbiome metagenome first, then followed by blood metabolomics, plus other modalities later on, and engaged with global healthcare cohort program in the academia and the industry. And the market size here in the metagenome and the metabolome is around $3 billion US per year, and we are initially aiming part of this domain. And the company hasn't established, but we are seeking for pre-seed round funding, aiming 500 million Japanese yens. And this is the last slide. The Professor Kitano, actually, he was invited to TED AI last week, held in Vienna, and he talked about AI scientists. So Multimix and automation platform is part of this vision. And also, we believe this technology will allow this technology is a key for AI discovery, especially for healthcare and well-being. And Omics Collective will realize that. Thank you so much.
Now let's move to Q&A. Any questions?
Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, the concept of AI scientists is interesting. You know, if PhD students thought that getting a faculty position was hard now, maybe harder in the future. One question I had was, you know, on your value proposition slide, you talked about, you know, the liquid handling robots that you have and you know, the technology. And I see that more maybe as like a technology stack, right? That's what you have available to you. If I were a Human Genome Project or if I were another client coming in, value proposition to me would be more, how much time are you going to save or how much money are you going to save me, right? So can you speak to that? Have you done any calculations around, you know, if you're going out and marketing to clients, how exactly are you streamlining their workflows or how are you lowering their costs, et cetera?
Maybe. This is really rough calculations, but basically this one automation that equals to hiring 20 technicians. So you can guess the value of the.
Thanks for the presentation. Could you comment on the defensibility of your approach and the defensibility of your approach and the business model? Do you have any patented innovation, or are you approaching this as really a more service-oriented offering?
Okay. Basically, at this moment, this technology is mostly the know-how based. That we haven't filed any patent applications yet, and but the difficulty is basically maybe he can tell better. For example, combining different kinds of robot arms in the systems, there are very different kind of computational languages. So maybe.
Yeah, when it comes to integrating such a vast collection of different devices, is actually, I think that is what we are referring as to the value intrinsic in the. Right now, it's mostly know-how based, and you can go on the market and buy those individual pieces of technology right now, but integrating them together, that is what makes the approach specific and unique, because all of these devices are not meant to speak the same language, computationally speaking, but also engineerically speaking, if you may. So the real challenge there is connecting them, sometimes hacking, if you pass me the term, when it comes to finding out how to make possible what maybe the manufacturers don't want you to make it possible, because it's something they never envisioned.
Maybe to talk a bit more about your data sets that you're collecting. Why have you chosen to focus on the gut microbiome for the first, and what's the advantage of, let's say, a company wanting to do that coming to you?
Okay, one is the gut microbiome. This is kind of very visibly booming last 5-10 years. And but yeah, actually, there's many opportunities for making new innovations and discoveries from there as well. And there are many cohort studies ongoing. However, of course, the protocol is not really standardized in side by side. So that's why we think this is kind of already the first entry target.
Relating to this question, are you collecting some data relating to lifestyle or living environment?
Okay, that's a good question. Probably this is not very part of right now the omics collective's scope, but basically our clients, some of the clients are really seeking for that kind of the data collection. So that's why probably we will fully engage those companies.
Could you just speak a little bit more about the clients, like upstream, the clients, top of the funnel?
Mm-hmm.
And then I know you're just getting started right now, but what evidence do you have that you have traction with some groups?
Okay, firstly, that's not in Japan, but in the globally, there's some big long-term data collection, the cohort studies. And frankly speaking, we have the really direct connection and networking with them. So, and that will be, there are, let's say, 100,000 the participants per year, and they last for 10, 20 years. So that's why sneaking in that type of the really clear target is kind of really important. Plus, imagine, okay, the 1,000 samples per analysis may not be a really big deal, but it goes to 10,000, 100,000. Definitely, they do need the automation.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Please join me in welcoming Walker Peterson, founder of Flyworks, Inc., and mentor VC Yukako Yokota from One Capital. This company is advancing fruit fly-based ultra-efficient drug discovery platforms. Their work supports drug development for cancer, cardiovascular disease, stroke, and diabetes, while also ensuring safety evaluations for cosmetic and food. Flyworks demonstrates how even the smallest of creatures can make a big impact on global health. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Yokota-san.
So when I started my graduate work, the first class I took was olfactory system. And what I learned was all the discoveries was done through Flyworks. So why flies? So surprisingly, about 75% of genetics, disease-related genes are very similar to human beings. although the flies has been used as a model system for a long time, like 100 years, the real use of fly has just begun, I would say, because of the advancement of genetic innovations such as CRISPR-Cas9 and also AI technologies. So Walker's team actually leverages this very exciting advancement of genetic systems, as well as very cutting-edge AI and imaging technologies to really propel the actual value of the flies going forward. So I would say the era of fly just begun. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
Now let's start the pitch part. Peterson-san, please start your pitch.
All right. Hope I get
Sorry,
some
we have a
slides.
technical problem.
Okay, well, let me just start by thanking Yokota-san. She has been just an excellent mentor VC. She's given me a lot of feedback. We've greatly improved the slides. They were very technical at the beginning. So yeah, thank you so much. And okay, great. I'm Walker Peterson. I'm the founder and CEO of Flyworks. And I'm really honored to be here. This is such a cool event. Thank you all for your time. I'm a little scared to leave the podium because of the mic issues, so I'll just stay here. Oh, it's already starting. The world is about to change. The technology that my company has developed is poised to bring great disruption to drug discovery and the pharmaceutical industry. And this big power is actually hidden in the tiny body of this animal, Drosophila melanogaster. This is the fruit fly used in science. So let me explain. Drug development is held back by reliance on testing in rats and mice. These animals are very expensive, they take a long time to grow, difficult to handle, they can't be automated, and they face severe and growing ethical and regulatory barriers. This means that large-scale testing is a practical impossibility. So looking at this another way, typically, this is very simplified, but typically we take cells and we look at compounds and see which are effective and bring them into mammalian models, especially mice, then to humans. But actually, 95 to 98% of those in mice are failing. And this is actually a big, big market opportunity. This is on the order of, let's say, $100 million per drug on average. And a major reason is just the cell models are oversimplified. They don't reflect the nuance and complexity of whole animals. So my company has a solution. That's whole animal screening in Drosophila, which, as Yokota-san mentioned, share about 80% of human disease gene homologs. On top of this, these animals are very cheap, very quick to grow. They're easy to handle, they can be automated, and they have a mammalian-like drug response. So I'll give you one example. This is about medullary thyroid cancer. So in 2011, there was no therapy available, no model mouse available. In Ross Kagan's lab at Mount Sinai, they developed a fly-based MTC model with genetic engineering and screened this against a chemical library. In this model, the human cancer was represented in the eye phenotype such that effective chemicals could recover the healthy phenotype. And then they used this to get the results. One of these compounds was actually FDA approved and then later commercialized by AstraZeneca. So this actually has a strong scientific foundation in case you're skeptical. And I should mention that our co-founder, Sonoshita, he did his training in this lab, and since then he's actually gone on to discover multiple new therapeutic targets and seeds using similar methods. So my company takes this even further by leveraging advanced AI and automation technologies. And we've assembled a strong team to do this, comprised of PhD holders in the relevant fields. And I should emphasize that no other company is doing anything like this at this moment. So we have developed flow zoometry. This is a fully automated fly-based drug discovery platform. And this is how it works. We take the chemicals and we give them to the flies. These are genetic models of the disease. And then these go into some chemistry processing. We're using robotics for full automation. Those samples are put into proprietary fluidics device, and the animals are basically fed forward, and they're oriented and aligned in the fluidic chip. Then we go to 3D fluorescence microscopy. We get whole body single-cell resolution images in multiple colors, so we can look at different phenotypes in the same animal or different organs, like this. And importantly, we do this at a massive scale. this is all automated and high throughput. And we're using computational techniques and AI to analyze the data and find the hits. So I'll show another video. This is the kind of end of an imaging experiment, so this is the real device. And what we obtain is huge 3D data, biodata of the animals. We use segmentation and AI to actually identify those phenotypes of the disease. And we can look at the data here. And we analyze the, for example, morphological changes or some other features, extract big 3D biodata, and then we're leveraging deep learning and other AI to actually look at the, for example, tumorigenicity of the animal, and then that's a proxy for the drug efficacy. And kind of an important thing I emphasize again is we do this at very large scale. So we can look at thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of animals. That gives us statistically significant results quickly. So if we compare our flow cytometry platform to, for example, mouse screening, we see that it is 300 times faster, it's about 1,000 times cheaper, it can be fully scalable and automated, and we can leverage deep AI analysis. Our big vision is to dramatically reduce the time required to do drug discovery. And actually this, if we can do years of reduction, this becomes billions of dollars per drug for big pharma. This is the major value that only our company can add. So our business model is like this. We have a hybrid model. We're doing the kind of early partnership and services at the beginning and simultaneously developing our own in-house pipelines. So here's just an example. This is one of our patents on a pancreatic cancer seed. So what we do here is we look at the patient genome. We have a fly model. We do genetic screening to look for therapeutic targets. Then we do a chemical screen to find the promising compounds. And we can, of course, validate that at the end in a mammalian model. And this is just kind of an example in one disease, but we can look at different diseases, not only cancer. This is kind of a strong point of my company is we can just really do this quickly and generate new seeds and new IP. We have some early partnerships through our academic labs with some pharma companies. And you see a lot of cancer on here, but we don't only look at cancer. This is just kind of a strong area for us in our early stage. And yeah, so these are some big kind of milestones for us. We're looking at widespread adoption in 10 years and beyond among all the top pharma. We're looking at having a few assets ready to kind of enter the approval phase. And this one, actually, I really am excited about is the ability to generate seeds. So we're looking at nonlinear growth year on year over those 10 years of seed generation. And in the short term, I will be focused on getting cash flow positive with revenue on the order of tens of millions of dollars, and also setting up some really big partnerships with some big pharma. So this is kind of where we are. We're really early stage. We have not taken any funding. We're looking for up to $5 million. It'll give us a 2-year runway. And we have kind of 3 key areas. That's our team, the leadership team, and also the staff, patent-related expenses, and of course, we need equipment and space. So do I have 1 minute? No, I'm done. Okay. So thank you all, and I look forward to your questions.
Now let's move to Q&A. Any questions from judges or mentor VCs?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. So do you have any data that, with your, or even generally, like the screening with flies, improves the likelihood of, even clinical success in patients, even retrospectively or prospectively, ideally?
Yes, exactly. We have the previous example I showed is not our company, but it is evidence for how the fly validation can then go on to the clinical trial and then acceptance. In our company, we have the mammalian model validation. We have data on the flies that are linked to mammals and also cells, and we have this for multiple seeds. We have, I can share with you some academic papers that we have published based on that work. We also have some patents kind of.
And are you proposing to replace cells for early screening, or are you proposing to replace mice altogether? Because it seems like your step actually, your process involves validation in mice as well. So.
No, it's a great question. What I have in mind right now is we can cut away a lot of the waste in mice. So we can start with, for example, the cell-based or in silico screening and take it to flies, see what's working, what's not working. The results tend to translate to mice, then do a final validation in mice. Another option is just go from in silico screening just directly to flies, and this is an ongoing area for our company right now.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
So if I'm understanding it correctly here, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
You know, you're starting out, say you know a target that you want to be able to drug, rather than just going after and looking at kind of a, you know, drug targeting screen. You're able to go into making a, say, a genetic variant in your flies,
yes,
and then run the drug screen in the flies, and
exactly,
then be able to do it in a high throughput manner, see you know, perturbations, and then from there select your hits, right? That
yes,
you would then take on for further
correct,
validation. Okay, very cool. The partnerships that you currently have right now with pharma, are those around using their chemical libraries with, say, targets of interest?
Yeah, I have a limit to what I can disclose. Sure. But yeah, there's, for example, the model of those partners bringing their chemicals in. There's drug repurposing type projects as well. There are kind of some variation.
With respect to your own, in your business model, you had, you know, kind of that service provision, and then you had your own in-house pipeline that you put there, right? Can you speak a little bit to that in-house pipeline that you want to develop? Does that, I guess, two things, that $5 million that you're looking to raise, does that include your own internal discovery and development team? And are you going to be using, you know, your own screening, using your own proprietarily sourced compound libraries? Or are you expecting to get some hits from some of your collaborations, and then you would have rights to develop those?
I think all of those are promising options. Starting with drug repurposing is kind of a lower barrier than trying to do. We're not trying to get into synthesis. We're not trying to, right off the bat, get into medicinal chemistry, this kind of thing. So we'll look among, for example, the published, if we're looking at kinase inhibitors, we look among the published kinase inhibitors and then screen them against the targets that we've identified.
Okay. And the $5 million includes building out that
sorry, I didn't answer your question. Yeah, it's not that much extra cost. So yeah, we will pursue that.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have two questions.
Sure.
One thing is, do you evaluate toxicity as well as efficacy?
We do.
So how much different metabolites or metabolic enzymes between Drosophila and human?
Drosophila and human, yeah, there are definitely differences. I don't know the quantitative comment, but basically we expect to see the failure in the mouse stage of that kind of the metabolic problem. There's actually a jump from the flies to the mouse that I think is more relevant.
I think a related question on the biology. Would there be pathways specifically in the flies that would not be recapitulated in humans? And would you know that off the bat, based on the target that someone gives you, that this would not work potentially?
Can I take this question?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes and no. We usually have some understanding of the patient genome in mind. I mean, we start from that perspective, and we make a model fly based on the homologs that are available. And yeah, there are cases, of course, where the fly screening indicates that what we might expect to be a hit will not work, and vice versa. Sorry, I don't have a lot of time, so.
Okay,
I'm happy to talk after if you'd like to get into details. Thanks.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Next, we have Takashi Nakai, founder of RegCell Co. Limited, and mentor VC Hiroyuki Misawa from Miyako Capital. This biotech company is developing combination cancer immunotherapies using its proprietary hyaluronic acid nanogel, Sonanas. This platform enables efficient delivery to antigen-presenting cells and lymph nodes, enhancing the effectiveness of cancer treatments. Very unfortunately, Misawa-san could not come today due to COVID. Instead, he has sent us a video with a message.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hiroyuki Misawa from Mio Capital. I was looking forward to joining today's OIST Lifetime Startup Elevate 2025 and to cheering on Nakai-san from Live.Gel as a mentor VC. Unfortunately, I caught the coronavirus, so please accept my apologies for participating via video message. I think Live.Gel has significant potential for next-generation cancer therapy. The first approach is neoantigen therapy, and the second approach is combination therapy. Neoantigen therapy consists of post-surgery treatment plus HA Nalgene. Combination therapy consists of other cancer therapy plus HA Nalgene. Why is this type of combination therapy attracting attention now? As you know, cancer is not simple. Therefore, the +1 strategy is increasingly recognized as an effective way to fight cancer. Live.Gel has the key. Nakai-san, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Misawa-san. Are you watching via YouTube? Yeah, I will do it all alone.
Okay, now let's start the pitch part. Nakai-san, please start your pitch.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Takashi Nagai from Live.Gel. Today, I will introduce the dendritic cell targeting cancer vaccine powered by hyaluronic acid nanogel DDS. Cancer vaccine is once again in the spotlight. Big name is partnering and investing. GSK signed big deal with Oxford, and BioNTech expand UK partnership, and Merck also joined Moderna's cancer vaccine. So, what's happening in cancer vaccine? At last, cancer vaccine is showing success in clinical trial. Moderna's messenger RNA improved recurrence-free survival and received FDA breakthrough therapy. And BioNTech, Elevate, and Dana-Farber also reporting promising results. But 10 years ago, many cancer vaccines failed. So, what's different from 10 years ago? 3 things. First, we can now use neoantigen. It's truly non-self tumor-specific antigen. So they have high immunogenicity. Second, post-surgery setting is chosen. In this setting, cancer vaccine work much better. Last, DDS technology have improved. For example, lipid nanoparticle as a nanoparticle and albumin binding technology. But even now, current delivery system are still insufficient. That's the gap we are addressing. We are filling this gap with hyaluronic acid nanogel. It's a dendritic cell targeting DDS. It formed a 20 to 100 nanometer hydrogel, and this gel can encapsulate a tumor antigen. After subcutaneous injection, it migrates into the lymph node. In lymph node, after subcutaneous injection, it migrates into the lymph node. In lymph node, dendritic cell uptakes the HA nanogel, especially conventional DC1 encapsulates uptakes the combination DC1, which is critical for CD8 T cell activation. Surprisingly, uptake in the CDC1 is as much as 49%. It's far higher than other DDS technologies. This CDC1 targeting activates CD8 T cell and attacks the tumor and builds durable memory. To test actual anti-tumor efficacy, we did a head-to-head comparison with messenger RNA lipid nanoparticle, which many group is using now. In tumor growth model, messenger RNA lipid nanoparticle suppressed 50%, while HNR cancer vaccine achieved over 95% suppression. Clear difference. Based on this, we are developing the off-the-shelf shared neoantigen cancer vaccine for high-risk post-surgery patient. But our technology is not limited to monotherapy. Our HNR can work synergetically with TCR T therapy, immunocheckpoint inhibitor, T cell engager, and so on. As one example, we are advancing a combination with TCR T therapy. In hard-to-treat tumor model, the combination of HNR and TCR T therapy achieved a complete regression in all 5 out of 5 animals with long-term survival and no relapse. Based on this amazing data, we are developing the cancer vaccine and TCR-T combination therapy for late-line patients who have no remaining standard cares. Our pipeline have 2 main pillars. One is the shared neoantigen for post-surgery patient. It is designed as a cocktail of novel and validated target. A peptide optimization is underway. The other is a combination of TCR-T therapy for late-line patient. Peptide optimization is completed, and CDMO transfer is underway, is ongoing. And we have already the T cell partner whose T cell is already in the clinical trial. And here is the development schedule. The combination therapy is planned to enter phase 1 in 2027, and monotherapy is planned to enter 2028. And now we are raising the seed round of 560 million Japanese yen with the grant and Series A to follow. We are welcome to investors to join us to accelerate the clinical translation. Let's build the future of cancer vaccine together. Thank you.
Now let's move to Q&A.
Thanks for the excellent presentation. So I think in the pipeline you talked about loading the nanogel with peptides. Are you able to load other types of modalities into your nanogel, like say nucleic acids or?
Yeah, our nanogel can load the various types of modalities like peptide and protein and raw molecule. But unfortunately, this nanogel can encapsulate messenger RNA because hyaluronic acid is negative charge and messenger is also negative, so we cannot encapsulate.
Okay, thanks. Just one follow-up question. So you showed some data of, quantification in conventional dendritic cells. I was also wondering, have you looked at other cell types? Like, does it penetrate into macrophages or even like plasmacytoid dendritic cells?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Have you looked at other cell types as well besides conventional dendritic?
Macrophage also uptake this HN nanogel. But basically, this nanoparticle will taken up by macrophage, macrophage phagotype, a lot of type of particle and anything. But our nanogel is have the minus charge, so we think it's selectively uptaken by conventional DC1. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering if you can speak to how your technology will address issues with cold tumors, with T-cell homing, all the other things that you would need to address in order to create effective immunotherapy. And maybe second question also, can you speak to the IP that you have around this?
Yes, thank you. Our first question, our technology have the, our data decided shows that antigen splitting is also our technology this combination therapy shows antigen splitting. So antigen splitting can target the cold tumor because the cold tumor sometimes lost the antigen or HLA. And sorry, a second question is
it's around the IP?
IP, yeah, I have a strong IP for material and application patent. And we already confirmed the FTO. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, advanced technology with huge potentials. I just wonder, what's your fundraising plans? Can you elaborate a little bit about your capital, your fundraising strategy? Fundraising strategy. Fundraising.
Yeah. Yes. We are now seed round financing, and we use it for the CDMO, large-scale manufacturing, and IND enabling tox study.
How much are you raising for these ones?
560 Japanese million. Sorry. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, this concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenter. Finally, please welcome Hayato Watanabe, founder of Crafton Biotechnology Co. Limited, and mentor VC Yutaro Kasai from AngelBridge. Crafton is leveraging its proprietary PreCap high-purity capping technology and a fully synthetic mRNA platform to create high-quality, rapid mRNA therapeutics and advanced drug discovery. Their innovations are helping to shape the next generation of RNA-based medicine. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Kasai-san.
Hi everyone, this is Yutaro Kasai. This is a final presentation. So, okay, as you might remember, back in 2020, COVID-19 spread out all over the world. And sadly, many people passed away. So what technology helped us to overcome this crisis? You remember? The answer is messenger RNA vaccine. And today, the exact same technology can be used to fight many types of cancers. And megapharma, such as BioNTech and Moderna, are now trying to develop messenger RNA vaccine for cancers. And here in Japan, Crafton Biotechnology is entering this promising field by collaborating with Nagoya University. So, Crafton Biotechnology, Watanabe-san.
Now let's start the pitch part. Watanabe-san, please start your pitch.
Well, thank you everyone for not leaving. This is the very last presentation, and always the last is the best is left at last. Thank you again, Kasai-san, for your strong support. And one thing I have to say, I am not the founder of Crafton Biotechnology, unfortunately. I was brought in as professional management last year, but I'm very close to the founders. So just one point there. All right. So I crossed from Wall Street to the biotech epicenter because I fell in love with the technology and a problem. Ultra-pure mRNA, repeat dose mRNA, can change cancer care. That's why I'm CEO of Crafton. So mRNA cancer vaccines is the next frontier. We heard already today, Moderna, Merck, Sanofi, BioNTech, all these big pharmas are racing into the oncology field again and trying to be the first to produce mRNA cancer vaccines so that we could be the next thing. Why? So COVID-era capacity is now being redirected to oncology. And also, just even a single-digit penetration in an adjuvant setting could yield multi-billion-dollar revenue potential for just one indication. And also, we've heard a lot about AI. AI is in mRNA too. Advancement, and especially it is now becoming a technical, analytical tailwind. What used to take months now could be only analyzed within days. We have an execution-oriented team, starting from capital markets, CMC, and mRNA science. We know how to finance, build, and advance platforms. So all these players here, they're experiencing a lot of limitations on clinical, especially around cancer therapeutics, largely related to safety and tolerability. Chemotherapy, cytotoxic chemotherapy can result in treatment disruption because of tox issues. Well, Crafton is here for a safer and lower toxicity solution using our proprietary technology to improve efficacy and clinical outcomes. So PureCap is our ultra-pure mRNA. In preclinical work, we see over 10 times protein expression with under half the unwanted immune activation. So the point is simple: better expression, lower innate response, and noise, and the ability for high repeat dosing, exactly what oncology needs. This is backed by capital-efficient validation with an ongoing AMED SCARTA support focused on proving our platform. Oncology is moving past one-size-fits-all. It will be a $350 billion plus market by 2030. mRNA cancer vaccines are emerging as a core pillar, especially in early-stage high-risk disease alongside checkpoint inhibitors. If the ongoing pivotal programs in the field confirm their signals, we can expect a $20 billion market by 2030. We're starting where impact and signal are both important and both high: HPV-associated cancers and colorectal cancer, together accounting for more than 1.6 million deaths annually. HPV and colorectal cancers are places with very high unmet needs, where even the standard of care leads to only very limited overall survival. And also, the late checkpoint inhibitors have very little effect on these two cancer types. So today, we're advancing our pipeline, an HPV-associated program targeting IND by 2027, with numerous indication potential expansion because of the common oncogenes seen here. And we also have colorectal cancer advancing with partners. And we're collaborating with leading cancer centers in Singapore and the US to accelerate translational work and first-in-human design. And by the way, we have infectious disease providing an orthogonal human data path by 2027. We have world-class scientists on our bench. Dr. Hiroshi Abe of Nagoya University is the founder of this company and also the inventor of PureCap. Dr. Satoshi Uchida of the Institute of Science of Tokyo, he's an expert in drug delivery and infectious disease. These are both the global go-to person for mRNA, and I'm very happy to be working with them. So today, we're raising $3.5 million. Near-term milestones would be getting preclinical in vivo and in vitro studies results in our HPV-associated program. It will also be getting safety tox results and CMC scientific validation, also CMC ready, all related to our infectious disease platforms trial starting late 2026. After this, we'll be proceeding to our Series A raise around $20 million and completing IND studies and preparing for first-in-human studies for that round. So, we're raising $3.5 million or 500 million yen to hit scientific validation and CMC readiness ahead of Series A. 3 investors are soft committed, and we expect a December close of 2025. With non-dilutive backing, clear milestones, and a focused initial indication, this is a capital-efficient path to a platform-level infection. That's our mission and plan. Fast to patients, durable by design. Crafton is the right platform to scale impact and value. Thank you for your attention. Questions?
Now let's move to Q&A. Any questions from judges and mentor VCs?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. So what is your delivery mechanism? Is it LNPs? And second, what is, if you can disclose, the antigen or antigens that you're targeting? Are these validated? Are there known drugs that are commercial stage already that are hitting these?
Sure, thank you. Great question. So we're having 2 approaches. So one is in our validation in collaboration with AMED, SCARTA. We're testing a LNP-free jet injector technology where we inject naked mRNA intradermally. That would enhance it will kickstart the immune response. That's number 1. Number 2 will be a typical LNP that we partner with right now. So 2 delivery systems. Number 2, about our most advanced program is in HPV-associated cancers. No surprise, very well-validated target E6 and E7 would be these common oncogenes that are seen in the cancers types that I've just shown. And also, for colorectal, it'll be a bit more trickier because we're now working with our US Cancer Center in identifying the specific mutation type that we would like to go after. So that's where our AI part kicks in.
Hi, Watanabe-san. Thank you very much for the presentation. So one question I have is just with respect to the current scale that you're able to manufacture at. Can you remind me again, what scale are you able to manufacture at? And do you see any issues, scaling up to like a multi-gram scale?
Yeah, actually right now we have up to 1 to 2 gram scale. Thanks to our, this non-dilutive backing, a strong backing by AMED and SCARTA. And I think we can go up to 10 grams within this next 2 years. That will be one milestone. If we were to go into infectious disease, which we do not anticipate as a biotech, as a small biotech, in that case, we'll need to go into hundreds of grams and maybe more than that. But for our cancer vaccines, I think 100 grams will be enough to serve more than 1,000 patients, even for repeat dose. And I repeat again, for our PureCap technology, it allows repeat high dosing, which is very important in an oncology setting.
And can you remind me, because I can't remember, the PureCap technology, is that also applicable to long mRNAs, or?
Yes, it is so this becomes technical, so I do not want to go into too much details for this audience, but our technology lies in the 5' end, which is actually the entrance for the mRNA to enter into the ribosome, meaning so that we can translate the protein efficiently within the cell. So to answer your question, Jonathan, yes, we are working on saRNA as well, up to 8,000 kilobytes.
Thanks.
Yeah, a quick question regarding your vision of these companies. Building on the core competencies you have developed, what's the best success scenarios that you are expecting for your companies?
Best success scenario. I only think about the best. But I do hope to hit these milestones that I've showed to you, because I think what's unique about Crafton is that we've started in 2022 with tremendous support from the government so that we can build our platform. Now this platform is almost ready for human use. It will be in the clinics for infectious disease next year. And so I think we're almost there in the best case scenario. So I do hope that our trial human readout in 2027 comes out positive, which we think we do, because we're seeing great preclinical studies results. I'm sorry, we're using mice, not flies, but great results. And I do hope that with these in hand, we can proceed to Series A, because this will be a long journey, and this is not going to be cheap. But I think the rewards will be worth it.
Can you speak a little bit more about your infectious disease candidate? And is it LNP free as well? And what indication you're going for, what antigens?
Yes. So real quick, don't be surprised, it's COVID, still important. Number two, we still have other candidates. So this COVID program will be LNP free. We also have another academic collaboration targeting CMV. So these are all kind of proven targets. We hope we can get better antibody response using our PureCap platform.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now this concludes the pitch Elevate. Please give a round of big applause to the presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have an introductory session by OIST Innovation. Please welcome on stage Lauren Ha, Associate Vice President of OIST.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you had a wonderful day here at OIST. It is always a great pleasure for us to host people. And actually, last year, we hosted at Startup Elevate last year, we hosted about 150 people. And this year, it's amazing that we're able to double. So having so many investors here on campus is a great pleasure for us. So OIST Innovation is the technology transfer office for the university. We really help researchers develop their inventions and commercialize them. So every university has one of these. So you this morning, for those of you who were here this morning, you got a little bit of an introduction about OIST Innovation and how we support researchers. So I'm not going to go through, rehash that. I want to really focus on a couple of really unique things that we do. But before I do that, I want to tell you, I have to say that I think the organizers didn't really like me very much because I'm almost dead last in the program. I realize that you guys have been here listening to pitches and really high energy and excitement all day. So I'm not going to take too much of your time, and I promise that I will make it at least a little bit interesting. So, there we go. So actually, many of you, as investors, really understand the valley of death. But what you don't actually realize, actually, for new technologies that are being developed, disruptive technologies that are being researched now, there's another valley of death. And this is where government funds come in and universities come in. OIST Innovation is bridging that first initial valley of death when inventions are created in the lab. So this is, if we were to show a cartoon, a sort of 30-second elevator pitch of what OIST Innovation does, I would show this image. And how do we do that? So I think the new business terminology is flywheel. So we focus in 4 major areas: intellectual property, proof of concept research, partnerships, very important, and support for entrepreneurship. So I'm going to, Gil mentioned this morning a little bit about POC. If you weren't here, proof of concept research, if you weren't here, you can roll the tape. So I'm going to focus mostly on actually partnerships as well as entrepreneurship, how we support entrepreneurs. But we also have a very unique structure at OIST Innovation. So most universities have intellectual property support, industry partnerships, startup support in different areas of the university. We have it all under one roof with the same team, but they are divided by domain expertise. 40% of our team have graduate degrees. 60%, it's quite diverse, 60% of women, and actually not just women, 70% of our managers are female. 25% of our staff are international, coming from 7 countries, 30% from Okinawa. And so if you are to support diverse technologies that are invented by global innovators, you want your support people to also come from a diverse background and have diverse experience that they can bring to the table. So this is quite unique. So focus on partnerships. I think OIST is one of the rare universities that's actually very open to working with industry, because we know how hard it is to bring new technologies to market, and partnerships are the key. And so one easy way, and we hope that you'll advertise this, is one very low-risk way to collaborate with OIST is through our industry affiliates program we call ENO. So you can see some examples of companies that are part of our club. So they get really facilitated access to OIST. Meetings with OIST researchers, a program manager that sits down, what are the needs of the company, what is it that they're interested in? Is it research, some R&D collaboration, is it recruiting, R&D researchers as they graduate from OIST, but whatever it is, we can work with them very closely. But in addition to that, we put a focus on making multilateral relationships with companies, not just the one-to-one research collaborations, but actually multidimensional. We will work with companies on student internships, on technology demonstrations using OIST as a test bed for new technologies, as well as having industry training programs. And here are some examples of some of the multilateral partnerships that we have concluded with Toshiba, NTT, Suntory, and some local companies for sustainable energy. So now, very quickly, on to how we support startups. We support startups coming from OIST in very, very robust ways, but we created this new program that was a few years ago that is really unique, and so where we recruit entrepreneurs from anywhere in the world to come to OIST, not as grad students, not as researchers, but actually as entrepreneurs in residence. So it's a very unique program where they spend a year actually funded to develop their startups at OIST. They have access to all the facilities of the university, along with funding, mentors, and a soft landing in Japan. And this is a multi-stage program that ends through all the startups actually compete, and they compete for the ultimate stage 3 prize, which is a year incubating at OIST. And so I want to actually highlight a few of our startups, not just our accelerator alumni, you see them here, but we also have a lot of OIST startups that are presenting posters. They will be at the networking session. So I really hope that you will reach out to them. It's very rare, actually. You know, we're in a beautiful environment, but you have to understand it's quite isolated. So this is an incredibly special day for our startups to be able to actually interact with so many investors. So I hope that you will take this opportunity at the networking session, and also if you're going to be here tomorrow, to really look out for OIST startups. And many of you, I saw, came to our facility. You startups need a lot of things, more than just money. They need, or programs. They also need space. And so we just opened in June. I saw many of you touring our new facility, 2 incubation facilities, 2,000 square meters total. That includes not just office space, but actually lab space as well as maker space. And this is more than just a building. This is symbolic of how we want to create an ecosystem in Okinawa. So these facilities are open not just to startups, but also to investors and to industry who want to connect to startups, collaborate with OIST, business services. We want to support the startups with legal services, accounting services, intellectual property services. And so this is a great magnet. And actually, OIST Innovation, the support, intellectual property, industry relations, entrepreneurship support, all of OIST Innovation moved here to anchor this space. And we look forward to seeing you there. So all of this, how are we doing actually? So if you look at the numbers, I mean, if you ignore the numbers, OIST is very small, but just look at 2 things. One is the trajectory. So this is the number of commercialization. Really, this is licenses of OIST technologies. You see that things are progressing. It takes a long time, actually, from research, from invention to commercialization. So that's one thing. Things are happening. The second thing I want to point out is that of the 10 commercialization events, the licenses that we had in fiscal year 24, 5 were to OIST startups. So this sort of licensing to innovative, new, potentially quite disruptive, seeding new industries rate is quite high compared to actually the number of faculty that we have. So this is very exciting for us. And how are we doing with startups? So if we use the METI definition of startups as being not just startups that are OIST founded with OIST technology, but startups that are graduating from our accelerator program, then OIST has 35 startups. And So what I want you to take away from this slide actually is the rate, of course, is increasing, and this is very, very good for us. But actually, this productivity doesn't come from anywhere. It's not magic. There is no magic bullet, actually. This is a result of strategic, long-term, over 10 years of investment in different programs, funding mechanisms, facilities, and also network with people like you. So we want to continue to do that, and thank you so much for being here. So that ends my sort of advertisement for OIST Innovation. But I have been at OIST for, I would say, almost 100 years. So I know a lot about OIST. I know some of you, OIST is new. It's a really special place. I hope that you get some chance to see how really unique, not just in Japan, but actually even compared to other universities around the world, this place is. There are, for those of you who are thinking about getting into venture studio type operations where you're coming in very early and actually building teams around very early technologies, universities are, like OIST, are great places to spend time and look for potential blockbusters and innovative new startups. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm sure maybe you haven't had a chance to actually ask any questions about OIST. I'm happy to take questions about OIST innovation, about our startups, and anything you want to know, because we do want you to see how special this place is, but also come back and visit us again. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. 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 Great presentation. Glad you came after me, Mr. So what's a local ecosystem like? So OIST could be the catalyst. You have Ryukyu University, you have a number of other research institutions. How is it placed in the ecosystem? And other than bringing people in here, how do you want to stimulate the local Okinawa academic scene and also the startups?
Mm-hmm. Do I need to repeat the question if he's not mic'd?
Would you be able to? Thank you very much.
The question was, how does OIST fit in the entrepreneurial or startup ecosystem? There are other universities as well as maybe industry and government. Well, OIST, part of why OIST exists, actually, the history of OIST is that it really was created to do two main things. One is to develop science and technology, global, international, a world-class science and technology research institution and university here in Okinawa. But the second thing is, through that, to really develop and positively contribute to the development of Okinawa. So we take that very seriously, actually, and we view that one very strong way to contribute is through innovation and entrepreneurship to Okinawa, bringing entrepreneurs here, having what I didn't mention is bringing entrepreneurs here for a year. Actually, they decide to stay here. They become Okinawa startups. That is one tremendous benefit of a program like that. But how we contribute to the ecosystem is that we do very much partner with other universities in Okinawa. We have relationships with local industry. Some of our industry collaborators are local companies. And we actually very recently were part of the prefecture's successful application to be designated a startup hub city. So one of really only maybe 12 other cities that have this special designation from the Japanese government. And so OIST was very critical to that. If you count by numbers, OIST is contributing 25% of the startups already that are in the prefecture. So we are a major contributor, but we also are actually very much partnering with the prefecture, with local industry, as well as other institutions, academic institutions.
Any other questions?
I know all of OIST's secrets too, so you can ask me anything, really. Like good, bad, ugly, yes. No.
Hi. Thank you so much for wonderful introductions. And yeah, I agree that OIST is very beautiful, but it must be a little bit mean question. But what is the speed of the materials? For example, if you want to get the antibodies to do the experiment, of course it's the details, but maybe you don't know, but how long does it take?
I think it's no different. So what OIST did is we make partnerships actually with a lot of third-party vendors. We have our own store here. We can get a lot of things. And if there are delays, it's more like if it's international to Japan rather than international to Okinawa. There's not much of a difference. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Oh, so many questions. I'm going to make you guys so late for dinner.
I'm just curious, how is this OIST logo designed?
Isn't that amazing? So we wanted something that was that represented the shisa. So if you see it, there's this shisa here, but in one sort of ribbon. And so we wanted to show that actually OIST not only is a Japanese university, but it is an Okinawan university. We are an Okinawan university, and we will always be. You guys must be hungry, huh? Are you hungry? Yeah.
Hi, I'm a non-Japanese VC, and I'm wondering how does one become an innovation member of OIST, and whether or not linking up with non-Japanese VCs is something that is of interest to OIST.
Definitely. We spend a lot of time actually making networks with Japanese VCs, but we also want to reach out to non-Japanese VCs because many of our innovators are international people, and so they're not the fact that they're international. Their orientation is always global. They always think about how to go global, and I think it helps to be connected not just to Japanese venture capitalists, but also global VCs. Now, our accelerator, our incubation facility, if you went to see it, is open to anybody. No affiliation to OIST necessary. This is also really, really unique for a lot of university incubators. So you want to spend some time with OIST Innovation. You want to spend some time with OIST researchers. You want to spend some time with startups. That's the place to be. This is, and we have a range of touch points from hot desks, which is very, very low touch point, all the way through to private offices there. So, and it's right on campus. And everybody in the incubator has access actually to all of the programming at OIST, seminars, workshops, so it's very easy to meet the OIST community as well. Yeah. So I would say just introduce yourself that way. Join our join our network of VCs. We are very open. We want to actually be connected to international VCs. good. Yes. I think the organizers are very happy now because we can move on. Yes? Great. Well, thank you so much. For those of you who are going to be here tomorrow, I'll be here again. And so if you come up with some questions, please, I'm very happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you so much. I mean, I really appreciate it. And please look for OIST startups and OIST connected startups at the networking. They're so excited to have so many investors here. And this is like once in a lifetime opportunity for them, okay? Just so you know. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are running a little behind the schedule, but the bus to Naha Airport will depart on time at 5:30 p.m. So if you are planning to return to Naha without attending the reception today, please feel free to leave during the program. Your timely arrival is the most important thing to us. So for those who have left items at the cloakroom, please remember to collect them before you leave. And please wait for a moment for the award ceremony. 少し時間が押しておりますので、那覇空港行きのバスは定刻5時30分に出発します。レセプションに出ずに那覇に戻られる予定の方は、途中で抜けていただいても構いませんので、どうぞそのあたりは時間を気にされながらご移動の方をお願いいたします。アワードセレモニーは間もなく開始いたします。今しばらくお待ちください。Everyone, now thank you for waiting. We are moving to the award ceremony. Before we are starting our award ceremony, please let us share with you our dear sponsors for this Startup Elevate 2025 healthcare session. Platinum sponsors, Jellico Inc., Suntory Holdings Limited, and the gold sponsors, Mitsubishi Estate Co. Limited, Ryukyu Broadcasting Corporation, RBC, and Suzuyo & Co. Limited. Thank you so much for all your support and contribution. Now, let's move to the award ceremony. Best Pitch Award. This award goes to the startup that received the highest evaluation from our mentor VCs and guest judges. This award goes to Crafton Biotechnology Co. Limited. Please come up on the stage. Sorry about that.
He's more good looking than me.
Yes. Also, yeah, VC mentor and startup entrepreneur also all come up on the stage, please. Thank you very much. And we are now giving the award from Kimura-san and Gil.
Congratulations. カメラの方に、カメラ、はい、向いていただいて。はい
And a little bit of photo session. Congratulations! Thank you so much. Could we have some comments from the winners?
First of all, I'd like to thank you, the organizers, Kimura-san, the Lifetime Ventures team. This is, as some of the presenters said, this is this is a cool event. I'm so happy that I'm part of this. And talking about the venture ecosystem, I think everybody can play a role. That's what's so fun and important about this. And again, I'd like to give special thanks to Kasai-san, who's been actually a very good mentor for me. I've been in the US for a couple of weeks, and we've been working around the time, and we came up with a presentation, which I think was so-so. So I'd like to thank him.
Thank you for voting us.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on to next award. Next award is Runner-Up Pitch Award. This award is presented to the startup with the second highest evaluation from our judges. This award goes to InnoPace Inc. The entrepreneur and the mentor VC, please come up on the stage. A little bit photo session.
So, please share your comment at your moment.
Yes, thank you very much. We have the very two important Kimura-san here, and FTR Kimura-san to help us, this mentor, and also the Lifetime Kimura-san always help us, and I really appreciate this such a big event, and we look forward to taking this encouragement to really bring our solution in the real world. So thank you very much.
Thank you for voting us, and Sugimoto-san had a great job.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Next is the Best Mentor VC Award. Next one is the Best Growth Award. This award recognizes the startup that has shown the greatest improvement, measured by comparing their pitch circuit evaluations with today's scores. This award goes to Flyworks Inc. Peterson-san, please come up on the stage. Congratulations.
Sure. So, as others have said, yeah, thank you to everybody who organized this. Thank you for having us here. Thanks again once more to Yokota-san. And that was her advice that made my presentation, improve. So, yeah, thanks again, and I look forward to the party tonight.
Great job, Walker. So that's all what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Next award is the Best Mentor VC Award, a very special award. This one is presented to the mentor VC who received the highest evaluation from the participating entrepreneurs at the pitch circuit. This award goes to Katsuya Hashizume from Beyond Next Ventures. Please come up on the stage.
No inspiration.
Yeah, thank you for organizing this event, Lifetime Ventures or OIST. I was very surprised to get this honorable awards, and so I don't have any comments. And but maybe I have met some entrepreneur of this team, so maybe they will they vote me and to support me. And so I'm very happy to support this project. Yeah, thank you.
And the next award is the Best Poster Award. This award is granted for the best poster presentation based on the voting by the attendees. This award goes to EK Labs. Please come up on the stage.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It was a lot of fun to have one-on-one conversation with you at the booth. I'd like also to thank the organizers of the event, and also thanks Kobe for the grant mentoring through the session. Thank you very much.
So again, please join me in congratulating all the winners for their outstanding achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the visionary entrepreneurs leading the way in biotech and medtech innovation. Please give them a big round of applause for their passion, dedication, and groundbreaking contributions to science and healthcare. To conclude, please welcome Kimura-san of Lifetime Ventures for the closing remark.
Finally, it's the end of the part 2 pitch competition session. Thanks so much for your very tough work with startup entrepreneur and investor. And thanks so much for joining to elevate these startups with us. So thank you for audience and the guest judge, of course. And again, so I mentioned earlier as the opening remarks, this conference, this event aims to co-create and elevate emerging startup ecosystem from Japan to Asia to global. I believe greatest startups is three born from emerging ecosystem or emerging mindset. So of course, some of guys has a very mature, established VC firm or very proven track record biotech or medtech firm here, but still emerging spirit is the key component or core by proportion of our startup and VC's mindset. So I wish the event could be your entrepreneurial mindset, could be elevating from the morning to today. And then this is a close of my remarks, but I just mentioned about one important administrative notice. So the time is 5:26 p.m. So and 5:30 p.m. is the departure time from OIST to Naha Airport. So please remind, kindly, okay, no person here to 那覇空港行きのバスが出てしまいますので、 大丈夫ですよね。乗り遅れたら1万5000円かかりますので、そこだけ気をつけていただいてというので、はい、というところがございまして、ちょっと締まりが悪いかもしれませんが、スライドをちょっとじゃあ進めていただくと、ないか。じゃあここで一旦区切っていいですね。すみません。はい、失礼しました。はい。それでは、Thank you so much for listening. So thank you for joining Startup Elevate.